I haven't watched the video yet. We should watch it now that it's in the right fucking ratio or whatever. We'll watch it live in Premiere. I'll link this when it's done checking. I love publishing videos. It makes me feel really fucking genuinely fucking good. Better than I've ever felt about something in my life, I think. I like publishing videos, especially real life stuff. I didn't know. No step on snack. No step on snack. Yeah, are we done? We're live. Yeah, we're live. Now I can watch and I can link this to all my friends and get some views.
Of democracy, and no person
Bellingham,
should be
no
above
kings
the
protest.
law. It's no news
Hells
to
yeah, I
you
got it.
that the rule of law is under attack by Trump and administration. They ignore the law, they flout the law, they distort the law, while Republicans in Congress advocate their responsibility to provide a meaningful check on unbridled power. And worse, the House has passed a big, beautiful bill. Under this law, federal officials who are found in violation of the law cannot be sanctioned by the courts for failure to comply with a court injunction. Not only does this president claim that he is above the law, he also wants the rest of the administration and the executive branch to be above the law. That is dictatorship, not democracy. And the kingmakers in D.C. also embrace the trappings of dictatorship with military parades and shows of loyalty and exorbitant gifts and solicitations of millions of dollars in contributions to dark funds and foundations. You already know that the Trump administration is threatening and blackmailing critics and independent voices. You've heard about Trump's attack on colleges and newspapers. He attacks freedom of press. He argues that peaceful dissent should be punished and suppressed when in fact dissent is patriotic. And criticizing your government, including me, is your right.
I remember that.
It's massive. I've got to record the fucking part that this actually is. It's insane. I'm not trying to get people's faces. I'm just trying to get how big it is. See it? I didn't think this many people cared.
No, on the first, because I don't have any money, and I already committed to what I was going to do. You can do whatever you want. Yeah, I would prefer to if it was a bit more personal, because I was just going to get him a gift card to Harbor Freight, which is what he wanted. Sure, whatever, that works for me. Yeah. Yes. Yes, whatever sounds good to me. I'm not partial to gifts, so I mean anything you can help me to personalize would be good. I'm too much of a machine when it comes to stuff like this. So, yeah. No, no, that's good. Okay, love you too. Hey, I sent that video. Oh well, never mind.
I thought we were sunk. You know what I'm saying? It's beautiful to see that people care. I'm gonna roam. I'm young and I'm healthy. I can roam this whole thing. So I'm going to. There's so many fucking people here.
No kings.
No kings. I'll care, not will care. Democracy doesn't fear protest, dictators do. It's beautiful. This is the Whatcom County Courthouse in Bellingham, Washington. You can see it's a beautiful sunny day in the sky. I'm not trying to get people's faces, just how big this fucking thing is. I thought I would get it with a nice, I thought I would get it with a nice, whatever this is, 1440p, I think, or I don't know what this cell phone is, 720. But it is amazing. I was very surprised to come over to the other side, and there's like another 2,000 people all lumped in there too. They look like there's BLM. See it? Beautiful. Bump the bike. United Against Tyranny. It's a beautiful small town. I'm proud to be here.
Oops, I missed the call.
Felt good to get up into the core of the crowd, but I can't talk there, and I seem weirder there. There was a couple of people in the stage that kind of thought that I might be the enemy or something. They kept looking at me like I was trying to get closer to the announcer or the speakers. I have no... There is so many people here.
Warp drive active.
Mahalen. Where are we? Oh yeah, we're in high sec, huh? Alright. Works for me. Never scanning again. Never scanning again. Maybe I should actually, like, fucking... Oh, no. The monitor's not here? The monitor's not here. I don't know. Who's the watch list on this? We have 65 people. Reload the time thingy. MOTT. Watch list. BR tools. Okay, I'm gonna go take a look at this thing. Test Alliance, Team A, Team B. Ooh, interesting. 49 and 26. Well, numbers are with us mostly. Hopefully we'll get a fight here. Hopefully we get more fights. Oh, everybody's moving but me for some reason. Oops. I strayed. Oops. The watch list isn't there, which is weird because the monitor's gone. Alright, so we got most of this done. Now, do I have 2 videos? Oh yeah, let's go continue to watch my video here.
I wonder, do they all stay till curfew? Yeah, Faux Kings, no, right? No Patriots fight all the time. It's true. 86-47. 86 September 47. That is the fucking one, yeah. We fight for democracy. It's really beautiful to get all the footage of it. I never knew how I related to all of this, and I think it's supposed to be as an observer. Oh, I'm sorry, guys, didn't see you. Okay, it's good to see some fucking patches in the modern age, you know what I'm saying? It's good to see some punkers up in here. It's good to see the punk scene isn't dead. They say punk is dead. Fucking punk's not dead, bitch. Punk's not dead, you're dead. I don't wish to interfere with these people. No kings. No kings. No kings. I get the whole 360 beautiful panorama. I'm gonna roam because it's like all the wonderful people in this area of the country. It's all the wonderful people in this area of the country. You can fucking see it. People who actually care. It's fun to do my own little soliloquy as I walk through it because it is kind of trippy, right? Get to do it pretty good. Doesn't matter right now, but it probably will in the fucking future, you know what I'm saying? So many beautiful women, Jesus Christ. So I think you can hear me. I'm fairly sure you can.
I was talking so quiet too. I was talking quiet.
There's like another 200 people back in there. It's fucking insane. I got selfish going all the way to the stage. I didn't know. There's so many people back here. Oh, there's a beautiful German Shepherd right there. A lot more peaceful than the pigs. This is awesome. It feels like a video game. I'm like the drone pilot camera. Trying to get all the signs and everything. No more.
I have my hand in the air the entire time.
The enemy from within. Fucking is Hitler. Fucking. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, folks. There's so many beautiful musicians and LGBT here. Lots of liberals, dogs, people, beautiful women, people in trans shirts and people in rainbow shirts, and men in dresses and all types of stuff. It's wonderful. Try not to get too many of their faces, you know. I'm just doing a beautiful art piece here. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bump you. No kings, you do not yield. Oh my God, you do not yield it, man. I could write a paper about that one. Build the wall, Canada will pay for it. Build the wall, Canada will pay for it. Jesus Christ. No cons, no clowns, no kings. I want my future back. I agree. Yeah. Nothing is more American than opposing a tyrant. The fear for our democracy and dissent. The signs are worth like, it's almost like art pieces. They're almost like stickers or patches from the 70s or something. The signs themselves are beautiful. I'm gonna cut through the crowd here.
Oops, gotta pay attention.
A beautiful recording of this whole thing for about, I don't know, like an hour, you know what I'm saying? Woo! And corruption, chaos, and cruelty. The power of the people is stronger than the people in power. Power to the people, give the people the power to put it down in your city and fuck them hillbillies. Fight the authority. It's fun to run through here and get all of it. I'm not trying to fuck with anybody here or step on anybody. Fun as fuck. There's so many dogs here today. It seems blessed that the sun came out. Only monarchs that belong in this country are butterflies. No King's Day, fucking no King's Day. Immigrants are not criminals, but the president is. King of thieves. Hail to the thief, what the fuck. Happy birthday, you big orange baby. Happy birthday, you big orange baby. You bitch. Always like pugs and dogs and beautiful girls around. Jesus Christ, dude. Get all of this. I put my sunglasses on. It's a bit fucking bright out here, you motherfucker. Ah. So I can walk all around this bitch. Sorry, I blocked the camera there while I was putting my sunglasses on. Get my finger from off the fucking camera. But this goes back. They cordoned off like 5 blocks all over.
It flipped upside down.
I want to get the people, but not their faces. You know what I'm saying? To get home to.
Oh no! I flipped upside down. Oh. Oh well.
I'm trying to get faces. I'm trying to get. I'm trying to represent how many people show the fuck up here. Push your stage.
It flips upside down. I don't care because I'm not trying. If I want to edit the comment. I'm gonna edit the video. Edit video. Are we still just sitting here? Yeah, we're just sitting here. Okay, good. I'm sorry when the video goes upside down. Wait, is something happening? No step on snack. I love this. Then we are gonna leave this open for the public with comments that are safe. You know, that's okay. And this was recording date and location, video location, Bellingham, Washington. Gaming, nope. Nonprofits and activism on strict save. And boom, another video published. Yeah, baby. Score. I don't care if anybody watches it. I don't care. It's still good. Oh, are we jumping? Jump, Stargate, Aununi? How do you say La Raza? Is it R-A-Z-A? This is for La Raza, right? I want to say it on the fucking video. This is for La Raza, of which I do have some descent. Oops. There we go. Another one bites the dust. Do, do, do. And another one bites the dust. And another one bites, and another one bites, and another one bites the dust. Do, 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 do. Another one bites the dust.
Of democracy, and no person should
Bellingham,
be
no
above
kings
the law.
protest.
It's no news to you that the rule of law is under attack by Trump and the administration. They ignore the law, they flout the law, they distort the law, while Republicans in Congress abdicate their responsibility to provide a meaningful check on unbridled power. And worse, the House has passed a big, beautiful bill. Under this law, federal officials who are found in violation of the law cannot be sanctioned by the courts for failure to comply with a court injunction. Not only does this president claim that he is above the law, he also wants the rest of the administration and the executive branch to be above the law. That is dictatorship, not democracy. And the kingmakers in D.C. also embrace the trappings of dictatorship with military parades and shows of loyalty and exorbitant gifts and solicitations of millions of dollars in contributions to dark funds and foundations. You already know that the Trump administration is threatening and blackmailing critics and independent voices. You heard about Trump's attack on colleges and newspapers. He attacks freedom of press. He argues that peaceful dissent should be punished and suppressed when in fact dissent is patriotic. And criticizing your government, including me, is your right.
It's massive. I've got to record the fucking how big this actually is. It's insane. I'm not trying to get people's faces. I'm just trying to get how big it is. See it? I didn't think this many people cared. I thought we were sunk. You know what I'm saying? It's beautiful to see that people care. I'm gonna roam. I'm young and I'm healthy. I can roam this whole thing. So I'm going to. There's so many fucking people here.
Warp drive
No
active.
kings. No kings. No care, no welfare. Democracy doesn't fear protest, dictators do. It's beautiful. This is the Whatcom County Courthouse in Bellingham, Washington. You can see it's a beautiful. The people in power. Power to the people. Give the people the power to put down in your city. And
I got a good 8 minutes. That's longer than probably some people got.
Billies. Fight the authority. It's fun to run through here and get all of it. I'm not trying to fuck with anybody here or step on anybody. Funny as fuck, there's so many dogs here today. It seems blessed that the sun came out. Only monarchs that belong in this country are butterflies. No King's Day, fucking no King's Day. Immigrants are not criminals, but the president is. King of thieves. Hail to the thief, what the fuck. Happy birthday, you big orange baby. Happy birthday, you big orange baby, you bitch. Oh, there's like pugs and dogs and beautiful girls around. Jesus Christ, dude. Get all of this. I put my sunglasses on. It's a bit fucking bright out here, you motherfucker. So I can walk all around this bitch. Sorry, I blocked the camera there while I was putting my sunglasses on. Get my finger from off the fucking camera. But this goes back. They cordoned off like 5 blocks all around this thing. I want to get the people, but not their faces. You know what I'm saying? Trump is a tyrant. Fuck Trump. No autocrats. Agreed. Our civic duty is to resist. Grab him by the Constitution. I like that one. Grab him by the Constitution. It's
Grab him by the Constitution.
Bellingham isn't like a small town, not really. Trump sucks. I'll walk all the way back and I'll do the whole block and a whole circle of all my wonderful fellow Americans and stuff. It's like a testimonial. Some people can't be here forever. There's old people that probably have to get home to piss, and there's people that's got to take care of their motherfucking kids and their motherfucking dogs and all types of stuff out here. You can tell there's only a certain amount of time a busy American in 2025 can give to this sort of nonsense, even on a Saturday. But hey, at least they're here. No kings since 1776. You see rainbow flags everywhere. It's good to see patched up motherfucking punkers and bikers and all types of stuff here. These idiot right-wingers, they think they're going to take this without a fight. It's fucking dumb. They're about to get them kicked their fucking kicked in, like, get kicked in the head, you know what I'm saying? Oh, excuse me, sorry. I'm just trying to get a whole circle of this. Now, I kind of strayed away too far now, so I'm going to do the whole circle back, but I think I'll do the whole circle. Now, I'm really not trying to get, like, pedestrian faces, guys, so I'm going to aim this at the fucking floor here for a bit.
I mean, it makes sense for the video. I think it's okay. I think it adds wabi-sabi to it that it all went upside down. Because that's kind of why we were all there. It all went upside down, kind of, including the video. It's all gone upside down. It's a little bit weird. It's downside up, down on the upside, upside down. Yeah. Anyway, so this was good. We got this. I got a good solid 8 minutes of the right direction and everything. And that's tough to do in a public event like that. Like, people let you film them and stuff. Yeah, it's tough to do. But because it was a cell phone, it was alright. The only good monarch is a butterfly. Actually, that girl was hot. She was so hot. She might have been the hottest girl there. I always observe which one the hottest one in the fucking thing was. Trump has Sunday meltdown after disaster parade. It's a sitting around day, apparently.
Presidency is happening right
war.
now. Donald Trump had that
The war. Yes. Israel strikes Iran. Why are politics not here? Like, what information watch new to you? News. What? Add news to the fucking list. What? Yes, politics. Israel-Iran conflict. I'm not doing the Fox channel. News about a plane crash, Iran and Israel. Trump's military parade. Netanyahu, Iran wants to kill Trump. Police deploy tear gas at LA protests near federal building. And that's from 17 hours ago. AP, Tel Aviv skyline. That big white area is so annoying. So this is the Tel Aviv skyline. What's happened? So Iran launched a second round of missiles against Israel as Israel's military kept up attacks on Iran following earlier strikes that targeted nuclear and military sites. Wow. So, okay. Oh, yeah. Wow. I mean, they're busy people. That looks like normal, kind of. I don't know. That's normal for some Americans.
New police images show a house frozen in time, a messy, cluttered bathroom, a bathtub.
Go back. That house looks fine. What are you talking about? Now you're like bragging on his house or whatever. That house looks fine. It looks like he hasn't paid a maid in a couple of months is what it looks like. That house is fine. That's so much better than most Americans' houses. Especially if they have kids.
500 body cam videos, more than 700 photos.
He was a hoarder? Oh my god. He strikes me as the type. Jump. Are we jumping? Okay.
Photos, the startling new police.
No, it's somebody who's in the early stages of hoarding.
Show a house frozen in time, a mess.
I mean, I don't know. I know a lot of people who live like this, though. I don't know.
Cluttered bathroom, a bathtub filled with boxes, and scattered medication.
You guys look at those pills to see if there's some sort of thyroid medication.
We also see the death investigation unfold in real time.
Yeah, what happened?
Deputies go room to room and discover the Oscar winner's body in the mudroom of his Santa Fe home.
Feet. Oh, I see feet too. We see feet over here.
And this heartbreaking moment.
He's guarding her.
The dog?
Yeah, he seems pretty friendly.
The couple's beloved German Shepherd watching over the partially mummified body of Hackman's wife Betsy in the bathroom.
What happened to them? Did they die from mold? It was probably mold like Brittany Murphy or something.
Where she was found.
There was no signs of forced entry. There's obviously no initial signs of trauma.
Santa Fe authorities also discovered love notes Jean wrote to Betsy, scared her to rap. One thanking her for dinner, another calling her a lovely girl.
I really have a wonderful wife.
Jean died of severe heart disease, and his two daughters share.
Oh, it was severe heart disease, but what did she die of?
Seen or spoken to him in nearly a year and a half.
I've never seen anyone up here like their kids and their grandkids.
And this is new. While Betsy died from hantavirus, a rare disease caused by rodents on her estate, she feared she may have had COVID. This is surveillance footage of her wearing a mask at a Santa Fe grocery store.
Hantavirus.
This COVID test and an email canceling a massage appointment.
She had hantavirus. That's probably what killed him too. What? Fucking hantavirus.
The 65-year-old also ordered oxygen canisters from Amazon for respiratory support.
It's crazy because Betsy's a lot younger than Jean, and like she's super healthy, man. Like she's a health freak.
We haven't had no contact with her for 2.5 weeks, and so I got concerned.
I didn't see anything that would like think, hey, something's going on. She's always nice. You know, he's just a normal person.
The truth about burning Waymos. Anyways. Okay, very good. Very good. Oh, did I publish today or yesterday? 6/13, 6/14, 6/14. I didn't record yesterday, so we're good. Yeah, we set. We caught up. Man, what the fuck is going on? We're like sitting here for hours. It's been like 2 hours. Nice, some shuttle sails. It's good. I shouldn't have bet on them, but yeah. Oh man, I lost, like, I'm on a losing streak. I lost all my bets, I think. I lost all of them. Man, I made like 68 bets and that just isn't right. Like, 4 or 5 of them should have won. Oh, look, just on a losing streak. Fucking annoying. Come on, man, I should hit 2 by now. No, there's a Manticore for fuck cheap, but I mean, it doesn't really fix it. It puts me in the, like, I think I've broken even. But I'll have to get a winning streak to make this worth it. I don't think I'm gonna get that. Maybe 2 in a row? Nope. It'll be another 8 because I lost 1. I just lost the whole swing. But 1 bets are not that good. Well, I learned. It's gambling. I knew what would happen. I would lose money. Nothing at all. Like, what, 2 or 3 hits? That's okay. This big white gap they've got now is so annoying. Makes me think that the webpage broke. Gene Hackman. Who is Reese Waters?
This dude right here.
Oh my god.
This dude
This dude hates him.
You really had me fly in for this? You know what I mean? I had to use points to come down here for this. I got a new pair of hard bottoms for this. No, I'm gonna take them off. Cause ain't nobody here to take photos of me when I leave. I could walk out barefoot, nobody would know. It is to look over for me. Either that, or he's just trying to make sure that Trump's still awake.
Yeah, Trump's all old now, and normally people who are like 95 years old sleep a lot, you know? Or whatever he is, 88. Is he 88 now or something? I mean, how old is he? He's been in this for fucking, what, 16 years or something now, or 13? And it's just weird. It's like, you know, it would have been okay when you started, but now it's weird. Now you're like really old, and are you actually awake for a lot of this?
Hey, shout out to all of the subscribers and members here.
What happens if Trump's mind just goes and suddenly he's just dozing off like Joe? That's probably the inevitable thing that's bound to happen. Is Trump going to make it through the next 3 years? The way the Elon boys and all the fucking weirdies haunt him wherever he goes and everything that he does. I wonder if his brain's still going to be intact before even half of this fucking term. You know, is his brain going to be intact this time next year? Is he gonna doze off like Joe? I kind of wonder, because there's so much stress in the fucking job. I would almost want to sleep through it. I'll admit it. I would, if I was his job, I'd be like, nope, there's been too much chaos. I've got to stop doing chaos. I'm just gonna sit back in the Oval Office now, and I'm gonna conduct the world's business and wait for something to happen like the people want me to do. You know. But instead he's like out causing things and doing like parades and crazy shit, and he can't possibly sleep in public, or they'll call him sleepy like Joe. But he probably really wants to, but he also doesn't want to. So he probably has them prop him up on like amphetamines and stuff like this, which makes him feel really, really bad. So they just prop him up all the fucking time. Stims make you feel terrible afterwards. They always do. Like, whatever stim it is, even caffeine makes you feel terrible if you do too much of it. You're like, too much caffeine, blah. You know, and the same is true of anything else that they give. I mean, the doctors give good medical grade amphetamines, so it's like way less of a, you know, adulterant, and way less like stuff, like way less toxicity. But like, eventually, how long is that going to last before he fries his brain? They can only prop him up so long before he just goes the Joe route and sort of checks out. And then we just vote non-confidence and we get somebody else in, like J.D. Vance. Is that kind of the plan here? It's insane. I don't want J.D. Vance as a fucking president. That fucking moron. Remember when he went to the subway and like no normal person could relate to him in any way or form? And like all the streamers were like, he's an alien and nobody can stand him. And it was just weird. It was weird. It's not what I wanted to hear about the vice president. I assumed he was some like right-winger dude who was just like, you know, big with the crowd. But no, he turns out to be a fucking alien like Elon too. They're all like weird aliens who can't talk to people at the subway. Trump can't talk to anybody at the subway because he's had his butt wiped by some servant since he was like 5 years old. Since he was a baby. I mean, like, since he was a baby, they've been doing that, especially when he was a baby. But they've been wiping his own ass for him his entire goddamn life, and I'm sure he's some level of competent, a little bit more than that. But it's also sort of like, that's the case, though. That's how much money he has, that literally people will go to the bathroom with him and make sure that it goes well. It's insane.
The channel, don't forget to like the video.
Why is there... Oh, yeah, the military march. I was like, why is there a half-track moving in America? It's scaring me. Right. Yeah. The right wing is in control. I forgot. Yeah. Sorry. I like that look.
My name is Reese Waters, and I'm troubled.
Yeah.
They left it.
I like this guy's good.
Y'all really did Trump like
the shit
this
writes
on his
itself.
birthday?
Yep. Crab face. It's a hate look on Facebook on his birthday. It's my party and I'll cry. Crab face if I want to. Crab face if I want to. Crab face if I want to. You would crab face too if you were 87 too. It's his party and he'll crap face if he wants to. He'll crap face if he wants to. Fuck face fun clown stick. It's his party and he'll crap face if he wants to.
Y'all hate this man.
It's his party and the guy next to him is crab face. Next to him is crab face. Why did you sit crab face next to him? The guy sitting next to him seems to really dislike him.
Out here hoping if he blinks, it would.
Are you asleep? You're like staying. Are you staying awake? Yeah. Oh.
A dream.
This was supposed to be my moment of glory when I walked through fucking, you know, when like the Nazis marched through the fucking square or whatever, you know, the big street in Berlin or whatever. This was supposed to be my big Nazi party for all the Nazis and everything. and then he got upshowed by fucking. It didn't occur to him that no kings would be the same day because they're not dumb. During the celebration of our military's might or whatever, basically.
And shout out to C-SPAN for the area.
This shit writes itself. It's like that episode of what is it? It's yeah, they're like taking a cue from pilot. No, I want to wait, he's not in the thingy yet. I want to what? Okay, wait, read the thingy. Yes, align to Stargate and Sila. And then put on this shield. There's this hilarious episode of House of Cards where like the current president before Francis gets in is like throwing some gala. And there's all these people there to fucking protest the war in Russia or whatever, like protest war with Russia essentially. And the protesters realize that all these rich people are like inside buying $10,000 plates and they're like $30,000 tuxedos while all the people on Trank starve outside. So they start instead of picketing the White House, they pivot and they picket the restaurant that all the rich people are having their stupid ass fundraiser at, and they fucking block the restaurant entrance and they fuck with the restaurant. And they show up, and while they're trying to eat dinner at this fundraiser, there's all these protesters outside screaming about Russia, and that's where they got all this from. That's where they got this from. I know where they got this from. It's from a television show, House of Cards. I know that excuse me. Excuse me. I know that the No Kings protest organizer is versed politically and probably has seen House of Cards, and that hilarious scene where they picket the restaurant as opposed to the White House is actually really funny. So they throw No Kings all over the country, pretty much the day that this U.S. Army birthday on Trump's birthday. And I think the humor in it is hilarious. They like ruin Trump's birthday. Oh yeah. Oh.
Photos, cause we need.
Sorry, your birthday was ruined. You big orange crybaby.
Oh, the true ramifications of the disaster. That was the Trump birthday parade, in parentheses, Army birthday celebration. And this was a special one, right?
Let's all celebrate, the need to kill other people and Trump at the same time. I love the armed forces, and I cherish that they're there, and I will not talk shit about them, not directly. But I'll also say that their job is to show up and kill our enemies, essentially. So it's like, why are we drawing some kind of correlation between Donald Trump and killing our enemies? It seems like a really poor fucking... In this time where his approval rating is at an all-time low, did you really think it was like normal? I guess, I don't know, maybe the birthday celebration just happens to coincide with his birthday, and there's nothing that he can do about that. And they spun it against him. There's nothing he can do about that. The birthday of the army is his birthday, and they couldn't do anything about this. I'm sure the armed forces were probably delighted, but that his birthday is the same day as the armed forces. But it's also sort of like a curse to him because it's now we draw some crazy correlation between, and it's not really there, but between killing our enemies and Donald Trump's birthday, which as a PR person, how do you spin that? You can't. It's his birthday. I mean, what the fuck can you do? Everybody knows his birthday. You can't spin this. It's something like God works in mysterious ways, like trolling him by making his birthday the same day as the fucking the military's birthday. So when he wants to celebrate his birthday, he has to celebrate the military's birthday, especially on big years, which is kind of hilarious. And so he can't enjoy his own birthday. It's like God's way of trolling him. I think I take quite a bit of solace out of the fact that he can't get comfort out of his own birthday or whatever because he has to go attend some birthday of America thing instead of like eating birthday cake or doing normal things. And I mean, yeah, you wanted this. You seem to really want this. So one of the ways that's really funny that God punished you is he made your birthday the same day as the armed forces. So now every time you have to want to do pomp or circumstance for your birthday, you have to do it for them, which is very funny. It's a really funny thing.
I mean, even the tank was embarrassed.
The tank was embarrassed. The tank was like, oh, I'm just going to turn to the left a little bit while we watch the president fall asleep.
You brought me all the way out here.
And then you fell asleep.
Modified me for DC streets.
Oh my God.
This looked like the Howard County Fair. You done got me.
This looked like the Howard County Fair. He's smart. He's smart. Are we in Jita? Do we duck now?
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
$62 people. I'm gonna watch the number. If it drops, I'm leaving.
You realize when you get mad, when you have to go shower and put on nice clothes and leave your house and you realize the event is ratchet. That's how, you know what I mean? That's the energy that out here looking like a Wizards home game.
Oh.
I mean,
oh.
Kuzma played for more people when he returned to DC, and we barely remember that he.
I love the African American streamers on YouTube right now because they can freely make jokes about anybody, and nobody dislikes it. If the white man does it, it's gauche, but if the black man does it, it's hilarious.
Was a wizard. This crowd looked like the people waiting in the movies for the end of the credits for a Tyler Perry film. This looked like Father's Day for Nick Cannon. That's what you had Trump's birthday parade looking like. And if you thought this was bad, for the tank, wait till you hear the cries of the tank. The tank was just crying for dear life. In sadness and desperation for the decrepit environment that it was placed in. tank. Yeah, I mean, the tank came all the way out here to see y'all. You know, it's like when you go to some of those rural gigs. And you're like, I came all the way out here to bomb? Really? That's how y'all gonna do me? I have seen real action. And y'all so quiet, they could hear the argument going on inside of me for why they had to come all the way down here.
Now, if you go back to that photo of Trump, though, it's a dude who was looking at Trump from the side that just destroyed me.
That is just some pure disgust right there. That's just pure disgust. I mean, this is what the people in his personal life think of him. Oh my god.
Yo,
the guy sitting behind me hates me with more fury than 1,000 molten suns. Oh my god. Maybe it's because you tried to kick his race out of the country, maybe? I don't know. Just guessing.
Who just in a situation like this would be like, you really had me fly in for this? You know what I mean? I had to use points to come down here for this. You know? Now he's not even gonna wait till they're in private. Like he just word. I got a new pair of hard bottoms for this. No, I'm gonna take them off. Cause ain't nobody here to take photos of me when I leave. I can walk out barefoot. Nobody would know. It is to look over for me. Either that or he's just trying to make sure that Trump's still awake. Cause he's like, if I gotta sit here and stay awake through all of this, then you damn sure got to. No, you don't get to nap during this after you brought me in town for this nonsense. And Uber charged me surge pricing to get down here. For what reason, I don't know. Trump, you didn't know that this was gonna go like this when y'all sold them tickets?
So people are signing up for tickets to go to Trump's parade. And when I tell y'all the thread on Threads is hilarious, here's an example of some of the tickets. Look at the names, y'all.
Janus, yes.
I don't know if you need a good laugh. Look at the names.
JK not going. Go fuck yourself. Rapist. Testicles. Testicles. I didn't see the names. Testicles. Testicles. This is who attended his U.S. Army Grand Military Parade. Rapist.
Here's an example.
Go fuck yourself. JK not going.
Names, y'all.
You Janus.
I don't know if you need a good laugh today, but I definitely
Stormy Daniels.
I want people all over the world to know I see you. Y'all funny. Keep up the
yep. Suck my dick, Donald. Suck my dick, Donald. Suck my dick, Donald. Oh my god, it's suck my dick, Donald. Oh my god, yes. The names of the people. Funny names of people attending. Suck my dick, Donald. When you become the world's jackass clown. We all play pin the tail on the donkey. It's so dumb. Oh, come on, Rock. Donald's mom should have swallowed him. Oh my god, Donald's mom should have swallowed him. Funny names. This is wonderful. This is quite comedic, actually. Funny names at Trump's birthday. Honest names. Puny pecker party. Because it ain't about the army. A king's self-crowning. Leaving your green army men out in the rain. Oops, wait, no, I did the wrong thumbnail. Change it. No step on snack. No step on snack. No step on snack. My corp just gave out like 10 free ships. Jimmy Kimmel. Ooh, Phantasm. Come on, Phantasm. It is cool. It's worth 246. Donald's mom should have swallowed him. It's actually so funny. Suck my dick, Donald. It's just 2 words. Suck my dick, Donald. Donald's mom should have swallowed him. Donald's mom should have swallowed him.
Did they pay money to do that? They paid money just to do the Stormy Daniels ticket?
Yeah. Yeah, they do that. Because they have Bitcoin money.
They were more committed to the joke than the MAGAs were to your self-esteem. Let's make that. In fact, do we have anybody down on the ground? I remember when I was here yesterday and I said, Democrats, we need somebody to go down there just to capture the. We got anybody? Oh, we got a reporter?
You guys, it's so fucking dead. You see this? You see these streets? It's 2 hours before his white trash parade.
White trash parade.
Supporters. I don't see anybody anywhere. It's fucking empty. I mean, if
Wow.
if he won the election, shouldn't he have
like supporters?
Supporters?
Yeah. No, it's obvious that everybody's like rats from a sinking ship when they realize that they've strapped themselves to a moron. They change. It might take a while, but...
Oh, here's one white trash guy. Here's a white trash loser.
Oh, she's straight dissing him. Oh my god. And he can't do shit because she's a lady.
You voted for a convicted felon and a you fucking loser.
You fucking loser. Oh, look at the fucking haranguing that they're getting. God damn.
White trash MAGA.
White trash MAGA.
There's nobody here.
I like this girl. I like this girl. Manhattan Liz.
This fucking man. It's 2 hours before his white trash parade. Where is everyone? Where are they?
Where are they?
Where are they?
Why are there dump trucks?
I don't see them anywhere. Where's all his white trash cult loser members? Where are they? Where are all the cult losers? Where are all the cult members? There's nobody here. It's fucking empty. Where is all his white trash losers? Where are they? Where are all the white trash MAGA? I don't see them anywhere. It's empty. It's fucking empty.
I'll be honest, that was like getting heckled at a home game. That bad. That actually looks slow for downtown DC just on a regular Saturday. Like, I feel like it's less people than normal at the Trump parade. Let's establish it, because I know what the mall looks like on a regular day. It looks better than this. Y'all pray for that brother. Y'all.
Yeah, the Bellingham protest yesterday was bigger than this U.S. Army protest. Something like double this size. I think there was like 6,000 people, something 10. I'm not sure this is even 5,000 people. I think it's like 4,000. I mean, we could try to count, but I mean, it would be hard. No, I mean, like each one of these packs of people is like 100, 200, 300, 400, 5, 6, 7, 800, probably 900, 1,000, probably 12, 13, 14, 1,500, 16, 17, maybe 2,000 by here. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Yeah, I'm guessing like maybe 4,000 or 5,000 people. And I swear to God, the protest yesterday was like 6,000 in a small, tiny town in Northwest Pacific.
Y'all pray for that brother. Y'all pray for that brother.
Yeah, because
he thought it was going to be enough people there that he wouldn't be outed as a black MAGA. And you're a little bit too late. You're a little bit too late. You would have been back in January. You could have been down with Terrence Williams and Officer Tatum and them. But now, here you are, staying in the field all by yourself. It was so bad you could hear the echo of that music. Oh, we just got word. Some people showing up. Tell that brother he might have some company. Okay, let's go down to a reporter. Manhattan Liz.
Look at these cult members. The cult members are here. The white trash brigade is here. The racist Nazis are here. Here to support a convicted felon. A convicted felon.
She has no filter, and these kids are like, look at the crazy lady.
The cult members have arrived.
The cult members have arrived. She's just haranguing them in public. It's a lot better than stupid ass Johnny Somali. we're done here. Okay, guys, I am going to pause here because it is a natural place to pause, and I am going to go walk for 2 hours in the sun, and I'm going to water the garden, and I'm going to visit with my family and see if they need anything. I'm going to be gone and probably eat lunch, you know, and all that stuff, and so I'm going to be gone here about 2 hours and 15 minutes, maybe a little less, hour 45, 2:15, 2:30, somewhere around there. 2.5 hours at the most, which will be like, you know, 2:45 plus half an hour will be 3:15. I'll be back by 3:15 at the latest, I believe, and so I'm going to pause this video, which is 5 hours in. Hi guys, I am back. It is 3:20 now. Yeah, I guess it's been 2 hours and 20 minutes. And I walked for 2 hours in the sun, and I watered the garden, and now I'm ready to move on with my day. We're going to delete this one. This is the one that... Is this the right one? I can't remember.
Democracy. Beautiful.
Yes, this is the one I wish to delete. Delete forever, delete.
Democracy.
Version of Haymon. So he not sleeping at all. That makes perfect sense. But if you want to know what's really gonna keep him up at night is seeing the footage of those No Kings protests. Yeah, you remember those protests that Trump said he hadn't heard anything about? And that was just the one in San Diego. But there's some good news, though, Trump. We did get a good angle of a good crowd of people for you.
No kings! No kings! No kings! No kings! No kings!
I'm sorry. Nah, that was the No Kings protest in Alabama. Yes, Alabama.
Yeah, we really hate these fucking shithead right wingers. You know what I'm saying? They've been fucking up the planet pretty bad, and the country. Got to get them out of here.
That's what the No Kings
I don't remember millions of people mobilizing to march against Joe Biden. Do you? Or Obama or Bill Clinton. But I do remember that for every Republican running back to Nixon.
Protests look like. And I bet you wish
maybe not Reagan. Like Reagan had it the least, I think. Reagan didn't really, like, nobody marched in the streets, I think, when Reaganomics like got really, really bad. I think Reagan was like the only Republican president that even remotely kind of had a soul, you know. It wasn't like basically a manifestation of Ares the war god
on the mall. But what makes matters worse, it's not bad enough that it looked this way, that you threw your own party, that you forced the military to bring in all this equipment. Look what you had them out here doing. You had planes out here flying with no visibility whatsoever at a time when air safety is questionable at best. Got the air safety as bad as the air quality in DC. Oh yeah, that's right. You messed up the air quality in DC for this. Quite frankly, I've seen better use of our air quality in the alley behind my house with kids throwing up Roman candles. That would have been better than what I seen. And for what? What? Army recruitment? Is that why? Army recruitment? You know what? Why don't we take a look at the Army recruitment station? Why don't we?
He's got a projector running and it's loud. But no, maybe it's his air conditioner.
I think more people signed up for the Army after watching A Soldier's Story.
Yeah, they're on the verge of getting all us together. The colored, the white. See, they want one army.
You can forget that, CJ. White folks ain't never gonna integrate no army.
The Trump Army 250th celebration. And you know what? Why not? Look at the man of honor. But you know what? He's Army to get them.
Yes.
Man of honor.
God damn it, I hate the glasses so much. The pig glasses are so annoying.
But you know what? He's not the only one who deserves to be
General Trump. General McTrump is actually so fucking funny. General Trump is so funny. I'm gonna text this to my mother. It's nothing like making a baby boomer laugh. It's worth its weight in money. General Trump, General McTrump. Yeah, General McTrump is actually so good. General McTrump. No, where's that picture? I need that picture that we just saw. Damn it, no, I need this picture. Damn it, I can't find General McTrump. It's General McTrump. What's with all the weird deformed, like, McDonald's, like, trinkets that are all fucked up and dumb?
But you know,
General McTrump is actually so good.
You know what? He's not the only one who deserves to be dragged, because as crazy as this is, because we understand that this was quite an expensive event, can you believe that this event had sponsors?
The military's 250th birthday had sponsors. I mean, what is it, a sports event? I'm sorry, but it's like... Yeah. Anyways, I forgot to put this ammo in the Eagle. And now we leave. Wahahaha. I'm gonna leave this place in one of my many, many, many ships. Oh, I have 70 Council Tiplo shuttles. Let's take one of those. Okay, we go. Oh yeah, I got a different one, huh? The Conco Aerospace also looks cool. That one looks really cool. Or Semiotic Sports, which looks like that white shuttle that Starfighter uses a little bit. This one looks cooler though. I like that one the best. I like this skin. Okay, we are going to the Holland place. Oh, I should have just done this. It was easier. There we go. Okay.
Autopilot engaged. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Sponsors, which is quite frankly, like you sponsor this like you sponsor somebody in AA. You know what I mean? Like they need help. So congratulations to GE, ExxonMobil, Goldman Sachs, Pfizer, AT&T, Bayer, Verizon.
Oh my God, the best government money can buy. Oh my God. Oh God damn it, Trader Joe's fucking what was it? What was the Bo Jackson or sorry, the BoJack Horseman thing? It was like Trader Joe's, Halliburton, fucking McDonald's or whatever, like owns everybody's souls.
They didn't want AT&T to get all the love.
Oh God, Pfizer and Bayer and ExxonMobil.
Lockheed Martin, Boeing.
Lockheed Martin.
Boeing. This is a terrible week.
Hey, if we get $1 million from each one of these like crazy 20 corps or whatever, we could throw a pretty good $20 million, birthday bash for the orange for the Orange Nebula, the Orange Nebula.
For them, and there wasn't room for all of the sponsors on that little flag there. The best government money can buy. Very, very well done.
I like this here. I like this humorous. I am loving this new meta of laughing
again. Stargate. Warp drive active.
At the fascists. General McTrump had me rolling. with the idiotic McDonald's prizes for badges. General McTrump.
Approaching
with the idiotic McDonald's prizes for badges had me rolling.
Autopilot jumping.
Stupid right wing. It's so easy to make fun of them. They're all General McTrump with their McDonald's badges. It's so funny. It's so fucking easy to make fun of idiot right wingers.
Was thrown at
It's
Trump.
like shooting McTrump. God damn it, It's like shooting General McTrump in a barrel.
They hadn't seen enough. Yeah, they weren't scared away by him saying that protesters would be hit very hard. Congratulations, you must be so proud, corporate America. But not all the sponsors could fit that. We got one more on the beach in California.
Stargate.
Ah, there we go. There we go. And that looked like more people than I saw on the grass in the mall. That was the No Kings protest right there in San Francisco's Ocean Beach. Yeah, just one of many all over the country. Now,
No King. I love that picture. No King, bitch. Oh, you skipped
all over the country. Now, Trump. Naturally, the people wanted to hear from the birthday boy. They had to hear from the birthday boy, and boy, did we.
Are we close to seeing Mr. Kim here at the White House?
Could happen. I mean,
they talked about that yesterday.
I think it's something that could happen. Yeah. Hey, he's the head of a country, and I mean, he's the strong head. Don't let anyone think anything different. He speaks, and his people sit up and attention. I want my people to do the same.
Well, that's right. Caught on a hot mic on his birthday, talking about how he wants American citizens to obey him like they do in North Korea. And guess what? I'm old enough to remember when that kind of thing would be disqualifying.
Jumping.
You know what I mean? When a president saying something like that would effectively end his political career. Yet here we are. Something I throw in towards the latter part of a video dragging you for filth. But it does tell us a little bit of what you had in mind with this, because you ordered the North Korea parade, right? You ordered the North Korea parade off of Wish, and this is what you got. We
off of Wish.
We all been there. No, I went through that with Wishes. I know better now. I know some of the, when it's trial and error. It's trial and error. I mean, I could have given you some advice. Did you look into seat fillers? Was that something that just to help fill it out a little bit? Oh, you did?
Remember how the right kept accusing the left of paying people to protest? Well, look what I found on Craigslist thanks to someone in my comments bringing this to my attention. Team Ellen Events is looking for seat fillers and extras to provide their time for space maximization and attendance.
Oh my God! The right wing actually has to hire protesters. The problem with protests is they actually gain fervor pretty fucking fast when they realize that there's all these hot girls standing out there in the sun, and there's people just standing around who want to shoot the shit, and everybody's angry, which people enjoy. People do enjoy, like when there's a whole bunch of angry rabble rousers. I don't know why, but they do, and it's just crazy, and and so yeah, I don't think the left has ever had to pay for protesters. I don't think we've ever had to do that, but I think you do, because you don't have any friends. You don't have any friends. You can see it.
Washington, D.C. on June 14th. I wonder what event that is. Yeah, you guessed it. That would be Trump's birthday military parade. I don't understand, though. If he's so popular, why would he need to place an ad to get people to come to his birthday party? He is giving away party favors if you decide to answer this ad. He's giving you a little red hat to wear. Just like any birthday party, you can expect to be fed because he'll be providing you with lunch. But nothing fancy, just fast fast food and a soda. Persons of color and ethnic groups are strongly encouraged to respond to this ad because they need maximum perception control, which means they're definitely planning to put the brown people in front of the camera. I guess all those black friends that Trump swore he had didn't RSVP to his little birthday party. But that's not even the best part about this ad. You know what the juiciest tea is from this?
Are you willing to lie and say that you're a Republican so you can take their money to pay? I kind of want to do this. It's like, yo, if you pay me $200 under the table, I'll show up all day. I'll wear a red hat and I'll march in your parade or whatever, right? I wonder if you could get like $200 in a day or something and just take their money. Take their money, right? You got to pay me up front though, because I don't trust you. I got to see the check up front though. I'm gonna wait until you pay me until the end of the day. You got to show me that check up front. If I see a check, I'm there all day. If I don't see a check, no deal. I walk.
You'll get paid a flat fee of $1,000.
$1,000?
I don't mean
that's worth it for a liberal to go over there and just sort of try and take them down from the inside and still make the $1,000. That's kind of funny. I'd be like, let me see the check for $1,000, right? And then when you try to leave, they're like, hey, where you going? Where you going? Oh, I mean, I can leave. You can't stop me. It's a free country. And they're like, uh-oh, we're not going to make a big deal because he'll just tell the press that we were buying fucking support. And you can just take their $1,000. I didn't know you could do this. I didn't know you could do this. No, can I just take their $1,000 and walk? Because who cares? They're not going to call the cops on you, I don't think.
Like a bully here, but if you have to pay people
$1,000? Are you fucking serious? I'll march for the right for $1,000. My family needs $1,000 so goddamn bad. I will march for the right for $1,000. I don't care. I mean, I won't do that. I'll like leave. I'll leave like 5-10 minutes after they like. I'm like, all right, where do I go? And they're like, all right, take a sign over there to that corner. And I'm like, all right. And I go over to the corner. I stand there for 10 minutes until the minute that they turn their backs. Poof, gone down the road. What are you gonna do? You're gonna detain me? You can't. You can't detain me. Even if you do control the pigs, what can you do? You can't detain me. It's not against the law. Especially, I'm not signing a contract with these people, and they probably don't make you sign one anyways. They'll give you fast food and a soda and $1,000.
Birthday party, they're probably not your real friends.
This is how bad down the right wing is. It seems kind of like it's like a boondoggle. It seems like fake news, but I don't know how. I think she's overinflating it by a zero. I think this zero, if it wasn't here, this would make a lot more sense. I think she inflated by just tossing a comma and a zero in. Because if you retype this, yeah, this is not a Craigslist ad. It's like a complete presentation of, oh, it's this is like libs of TikTok, and they've contextually changed this article so it seems a lot worse than it is. And I bet it's actually $100, and they just added a comma and a zero and stuff. But I could see them doing this for like $100, you know.
It's not even the best part of that. He's not even.
But $1,000, I don't think they would. I like that kind of money. I mean, come on now. So I mean, would you really pay? I mean, so what if like 3,000 people show? Are you really willing to pay? I guess that's not that much money to them. Huh? They're like, would you pay $3 million just to get an audience? Jesus Christ. Maximum perception control, because they've noticed that there's only white people at their fucking rallies. And they're like, oh no, that can't possibly be good. Every time that there's like media on us, there's an entirely white crowd, and the whole country just distrusts us. And now we're doing like damage to the Caucasian race now, on top of everybody else, on top of systematically objectifying women, the Native Americans, black people, people of color, Mexicans, etc., and poor whites. Now they're out to make white people look bad too, because it's just insane. Because when you look at their rallies, there's no colored people there at all.
Paying them in
like people of color, excuse me.
Good old U.S. American dollar.
God damn it! My grandparents grew up saying colored people and the word Negro, which I've never ever been okay with. And it sucks. And so when it comes up even by accident, you get uncomfortable. You're like, I'm sorry for the misusage of terribly racist words, because it's like, you know, because I was just talking about that subject and I said it wrong.
He's paying them in
people of color, black people.
Cryptocurrency. And you know who's cryptocurrency?
People.
He's paying
Just
them?
people.
Yeah, that's right. Trump coin. And all of this is being orchestrated by...
Of course, because if they blow $3 million in some Trump coin stuff that they did, and they pay $1,000 per person, they probably do pay $1,000 because they really want you to stay there like all goddamn day so their crowds don't look so fucking pathetic. But I'm sorry, I'm not going up in the fucking crowd of crazy right-wingers. That sounds like suicide. I'm sorry, I'm not doing that. Maybe if I was like super drunk and I was dressed up in NASCAR gear and I had like a red hat on, like the fucking white trash morons, I maybe might be willing to do that. I suppose I could get up in costume, I suppose. But how I look right now, if I go among those right wingers, they're gonna target me immediately.
Limited liability company known as Fight.
I don't rock a big old grizzly beard like them. I don't talk about the same things. I don't care about the same things. You know, they're going to suss me out so fast. I can't go to a fucking right-wing rally. I can't go to a right-wing rally. They're going to suss me out so fast. I'll be like that guy sitting next to Trump with the disgusted face. Look, all day I'll be like, ugh. All day. I'll be unable to keep it off my face. I know I can't. I'm a good actor, but I'm not that good of an actor. Like, the disgust, I don't know if I could keep it from my face long enough.
Anybody ever heard of that company? Yeah.
And they pay $1,000 because they can't get anybody. There's no liberal that can keep a straight face long enough, and all the right wingers are there anyways. So they can't. They offer like some exorbitant amount, like $1,000. They get their little Bitcoin Elon Musk people to fucking steal from people, and then they're like, oh man, we could just bribe crowds.
The Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs.
It's never been that popular to be right-wing. All the sexy hippies and all the dope smoking is over on the left side. It's never been that popular to be in the right wing. It's just crazy. They're always off on their letters to Iwo Jima and stuff like this, and they're always angry as some fucking. They're always angry as some fucking they're always racistly angry as some fucking like neighbor, like that movie Gran Torino or whatever. And it's weird. It's because their culture can't really get along with anybody.
The States Senate has heard of that company. According to their...
Like, I have proudly lived in barrios, like, half my life. And I mean barrios as in, like, fucking, like, Federal and Alameda. I mean, like, barrio. I've lived in barrios, like, half my life, and I have no fucking issue, because I'm just not some shitty right-winger who's racist. It doesn't come up,
Recent reports indicate that Fight LLC may be enabling the violation of government ethics.
Yeah, I believe so. I think that's Trump buying a crowd. I think that's actually illegal. I believe that's illegal and immoral. Yeah, I believe that should be prosecuted. Yeah.
Potentially violating federal law.
Yeah, but I mean, again, as Pyrocynical says all the time, nothing ever happens to these fucking people, either side. Nothing happened to Joe Biden when he was asleep at the switch for 2 years. Nothing happens. Nothing ever happens to these fucking shitheads who took over our government and drove it into the ground, like that fucking bridge in Baltimore. Like that ship that crashed into the bridge in Baltimore.
Including with its promotional private dinner with President Trump scheduled to take place on...
Because they can't get anybody that they can trust. At this point, they're more likely willing to trust, like... They're more willing to trust like fucking people from like the public who just might be okay with Trump, as opposed to people in their circles, because those guys are all Griftonomics people, and they're all like cutthroat and nasty. So they're having more trouble with each other than they are with like randos from the public who just want the $1,000. I bet, which is so funny.
This has been happening for a hot
God damn, man, that like Trump's birthday bash, that with all those fucking right wingers in that Republican fucking war push for like war history and all that stuff. That's just insane. That's like that. You know what that's like? It's like when Hunter goes to Gonzo to the fucking police convention in Fear and Loathing. I can't go take $1,000 from these people and go to the pig con. I can't go to the pig con. They'll fucking suss me out immediately. What was that quote? It was like, you can tell from the constant jacking off encrusted semen stains on the dope head's pants, and from the sweat and the constant jitter that they haven't had their fix and they're nervous and all this shit. And that's what this reminds me of. The fucking Trump's birthday reminds me of the fucking pig convention and Fear and Loathing. You couldn't actually do it. You'd have to leave.
Autopilot
is
jumping.
also the LLC that launched the official Trump coin, which would explain why they're paying the seat fillers with cryptocurrency.
Crypto, you pay in crypto. On top of it, they're paying in crypto. So maybe they just steal your blockchain back or whatever. Yeah, they pay you to be in their crowd, and then the next day they just steal the crypto from you. They're like, haha, and then they just steal the crypto back.
So, MAGA.
Well, we'll give you fake money to vote for fake president. Ba 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 ha 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 ha. Wah 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 wah. Like Kefka. Wah wah wah. You can hear Trump laughing. Has Trump ever laughed? I mean, I imagine it sounds something like wah 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 wah. He doesn't seem like a man of laughter to me. I don't think I've ever seen him laugh. He doesn't. I don't think so.
To protest?
I think he mockingly mocks people and thinks it's funny. But I don't think he laughs.
About how much you give a fuck about people doing things illegally. Say it
Docking permission requested.
Law and Order Party. Say it with me, friends. Law and Order Party bribing fucking crowds for $1,000 a head, and they still can't get it. They still can't get those crowds. Even at $1,000 a head. Gee, I think the right wing's really good.
Is an admission. That is right.
Oh, and when you're gone, I'm gonna laugh. You think you're ever gonna be in power again after this fucking debacle? I mean, you scared off like 60% of America with the Mexicans thing. With the Mexican thing, man, you kind of scared off like 60% of your voter base or something like that. I don't even know what it is. It's like 57 or something like that. You kind of pissed off 57% of the country. You guys ride at 49-51 United States of get nothing done. What are you gonna do when 57% of the country fucking hates your worthless racist shithead ass? Like, what are you gonna do? Do you think you're gonna get, do you think you guys are gonna keep getting votes? I don't know.
Right down to not going.
How much of the votes that you took this election with did you buy? Because we know that you were offering Dogecoin. We already know the stuff that you have done. We don't know this. We don't know we don't know what stuff you've done. We don't know about. So like, how much of those votes did you buy on election day too? It's like, how crooked is this? Should we really go looking? I don't know. God damn it. And we know you were buying votes for $1 million, and I don't think you got. I think you got just enough. What was it, like 200,000? How much did that cost you? Was it the entire war chest? Jesus Christ!
Trump's birthday party. Now, Trump. That's not to say that there weren't.
I can't take $1,000 to go. I can't go steal $1,000 from idiot right wingers. Like, I can't do that. If my friends ever see me at a right wing rally, it's over for me. You understand? That's like rolling up at Treblinka and throwing on the armband. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to a right wing rally. That's just like goddamn. That's basically like a Treblinka march. It's insane. I'm not doing that. If anybody ever takes a picture of me there, none of my leftist friends will ever speak to me again. I can't do that. Which is why they can't even buy fucking like viewership at their fucking shitty like General McTrump thing. They like the General McTrump thing. They can't, like, that's why they can't buy viewership. It's because no self-respecting left winger will even steal the $1,000 from them, because they know they could get photoed at a right wing rally, which is like pretty much getting photoed at a Nazi. It's like getting photoed at a Nazi rally. It's like that joke they made in Debt to Smoochie, where he accidentally goes up on stage with the lights being too bright, and he doesn't really know because he's got the fucking suit on, so he has no idea what's going on in the rafters and stuff, that it's actually like a right-wing fucking Nazi convention. And he goes out and he sings like some kid's song at the right-wing Nazis convention. He's like, how about we turn up the house lights? And they turn up the house lights, and there's this Nazi rally all cheering at him in boots and fucking crazy shit. And he's like, no, and he runs, and then there's like, Smoochie is a Nazi, and the next day there's like a banner in the headlines like, Smoochie is a Nazi. And that's what I'm afraid of. This is why they can't get viewership even at $1,000. They can't get viewership. They can't. Not even at $1,000, because they know none of us would ever be willing to get caught like being photoed at a right-wing rally. That might actually affect future jobs and stuff like that. If anybody ever shows up with that picture later, and it's like, here's him marching at a Nazi rally, and you see all these fucking maggots with their fucking red hats, and you realize it is organize a Nazi party. And you're like, what the fuck is this guy doing at a fucking Nazi rally? And it's like, remember, they weren't considered Nazis just yet then. They were only Trumpers back then. They weren't completely considered full-blown Nazis yet. So, you know, it's not really truly a Nazi rally. But the boss looks at the photo of you at the Nazi rally with the red hats, and he's like, oh, man, I've got a Jewish stepson. I can't do this. I'm terribly sorry. I can't give you this position. Which is why they can't get any viewership for $1,000, is the liberals are terrified of situations like that. Maybe they're getting hired by some liberal in the future, and they don't want that picture of them at the Nazi rally getting back, you know, the fucking Trump's birthday.
Signs that we saw down there too. Hey Trump, nobody paid us to be here.
We all hate you for free. I know, the funny ladies coming up with funny signs was hilarious. There was so many. The only good monarch is a butterfly or whatever. There was such good stuff. There's such good stuff on the signs. I love it.
Let's go to the next sign.
Yep, yep. It's good enough. It's good enough.
No
fucking way. There was a bunch of these. No fucking way. I love that. If explosive diarrhea was a person.
7.
If explosive diarrhea was a person. I love this fucking picture. I love this picture. If explosive diarrhea was a person. I gotta send this to my mom too. She needs good laughter at the Trumpers, you know. Jesus Christ, you guys have become fucking like full-blown like laughing stock in the entire country. It's so bad. Well, I mean, fascism, we all knew it was going to take you there. We tried to warn you not to do this, but you did it anyways. Now we just full-blown make fun of your ass, and here's me taking a picture of this. If explosive diarrhea was a person. No, I didn't do it. If explosive diarrhea was a person. If explosive diarrhea was a person is so good, actually. And I love the old lady holding it. I just have to share this. I'm sorry, I have to share this. This is so good. This is so good. I should put this on my Blue Sky thing as my front page. Like if explosive diarrhea was a person. If explosive diarrhea was a person. It's so good. If explosive diarrhea was a person. This is so good. Wait, no, I have to send this to like several different people because it's so bad. If explosive diarrhea was a person. If explosive diarrhea was a person. It's such a good insult.
And then
goddamn worthless fascists.
Explosive diarrhea was a person.
Fucking asinine worthless fascists. That's what Grandma thinks about you. Grandma thinks that you're literally the personification of explosive diarrhea. That's what my grandma thinks about you. You fucked up, Trump. You fucked up. You threatened the Mexicans. Apparently this was the last straw. You can't actually do that in America because we're all Mexican. You should have used your idiot. I know you're low IQ. We all know how dumb you are. But man, you could have used your brain here. Gee, how many Americans are Latino? It's not that hard of a question to ask the Google. Hey, Trump, you have a cell phone, right? How many Americans are Latino? Yeah, that's 65 million people. That's 20%. So yeah, kicking out 1/5 of the voter base. I thought it was higher. I thought it was like 57 or something, but no, it's 19.5. But I mean, like, yeah, kicking out or alienating 20% of the entire voter base. Do you think that's really a good plan? Do you really think that's a good idea? I would have just used Google, typed in these 5 words and proven that I'm smarter than you. And I would have been like, I can't talk about building a wall to Mexico. What the fuck are you weird piece of shit right-wingers giving me bad advice talking about? I know that you hate the Mexicans. We all know you do. But you know, as Trump, I would be like, even as Trump, I mean, even being that fucking dumb, I would type the 5 words into goddamn Google, which would be like, how many Americans are Latino? It's not that hard to do. I'm sure he does it every fucking election cycle. cycle or whatever. And he comes up with 20%. Gee, we better build a wall and alienate those people and kick them out of here. 20% of the vote. That's a good plan. Oh my God. All the people who do the work. That's a good plan.
Next slide.
Next slide.
Well, tell Marco Rubio.
He's doing like a projector thing, like Bob Hunt or whatever.
Will he sleep? If Kamala were president, we'd be at brunch.
If Kamala were president, we'd be at brunch. Oh.
Well, I wouldn't be at brunch because I would have to wait in line too long.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be faster for me to go to the Trump parade and get food there. We got any more signs? How about this? From the Trump parade today, a dude with no kings signs. And if that doesn't outline the evening perfectly, I don't know what will. Now one interesting thing about MAGA, they are extremely well adept at messaging. We know what he said about
they're masters at wagging the dog. It's so annoying. It's called it's the worst, the most fucking powerful force on the planet. PR, public relations, and they're super good at spinning things and wagging the dog. I swear to God, it's like their superpower. They take incredibly bad things, like 1,000-person turnout to the America's War Machine's birthday, and America's War Machine's birthday, and then they're like, the optics aren't too good. Like, what happened? And they try to spin it like, they were buying crowds. They were buying crowds at BLM and.
And we know just how tight a wraps they would want to keep on a debacle like this. So let's see how it was covered. And you know what? Let's go behind enemy lines. Let's see what Elon's personally curated thread had to say. Looking at the Twitter trends, the Trump parade had almost 2,000.
Trump Hitler Trump Hitler had that. Okay, people Googled Trump Hitler more than they did Trump parade. 4,000 more people Googled Trump Hitler yesterday than Trump parade.
Past a million. And look what else we had trending. Hey, Trump, you gotta say something.
It's not that funny, but it's still funny, and it does make me laugh. It's like, Jesus Christ, more people are likening you to Hitler than they are paying attention to your birthday as the president. It's weird.
You gotta do the weave or something. You gotta get out in front. This is bad.
You gotta do a weave or something.
You just have to.
You gotta do a weave or something.
Don't care and just let it roll. Any excuses you could throw in would be great. Matter of fact, why don't you put this off on the Army? This is the Army's.
This is the Army's fault. Somehow, some way.
Don't care about no armed services. We've been through that.
We've been through that. You don't care. You don't give two shits about that.
Fiercest and bravest fighting force ever to stride the face of this earth. The United States Army. Thank you very much.
Where's the smile, Trump? You look really unhappy.
Because the Army keeps us free.
No, the public keeps us free, Trump.
Us strong.
No, the public makes us strong. Even way okay. Which would you rather have? About 300,000 armed troops or the 900 million fucking people that comprise America? Which would you rather have? Would you rather have the 300,000 armed troops in our military or the fucking, the 900 million people in the public? Which do you think is stronger? Who do you think built this motherfucker? I'm not speaking shit about the military. I'm saying who's the greater benefactor? Who made this possible? Was the military does not keep us free. The public being 900 million strong keeps us free. If all of us were to don a weapon and go to any country in the world, that country would cease to exist. That's what keeps us strong. It's not the goddamn military. It's never been the military. Sure, we love our military, and we need them. And when in times of trouble, we go running back to them being like, save us, military. And they're like, oh, you want us now, but you defunded us, and all this stuff, right? But I mean, like, you know, but no, the real power is in the people. You act like the military came on down from God's cloud and waved some magical hand, and now we all have fucking freedom. No, the people did that when they sussed out democracy. This is not the military does not give us freedom. The public and the Constitution gives us freedom. The military ensures that we don't have like bombs raining on us all the time. But freedom? I don't know. Are we truly free right now? We have these No Kings protests. Are we really free?
Very proud. They're watching from.
We're like one step from martial law, basically.
World, actually.
I mean, we're not. We're like, I don't know. We're like 5 steps from martial law, but all it would take is like I don't know. All it would take is maybe another like assassination attempt on the president, or maybe another assassination attempt on a fucking senator or something. We're like, or maybe like one of our ships gets sunk, or Israel fires missiles at us for some reason or something fucked up and crazy for whatever dumb reason that just would never ever happen. Something we can't really control or even fathom or even kind of like predict. Let's say something bad happens. Then we need the military. But until then, the freedom is the fucking purview of the public. The freedom is provided by the power of the public. It's never been the fucking military. That's something that we're really extremely proud about. Might does not make the right in this country. It's the 900 million people in the goddamn public, and you guys want to kick out like 20% of them. You piece of shit, pig, dog, backstabbing, traitor, fucking efforts.
Every other country celebrates their victories. It's about time America did too. That's what we're doing tonight.
We have been celebrating freedom until you took it away from us. I don't feel like beating my chest right now. I feel like sussing out problems.
And again, America's enemies have learned that if you threaten the American people...
Motherfucker, America has always been the greatest country on the fucking planet. I won't brook any other goddamn argument about it. You are so anti-patriotic and against America. I will not stand by while you say make America great again, ever again. It's so anti-patriotic and anti-American. America was always fucking great. You anti-patriotic piece of fucking toilet scum. Jesus fucking Christ. The country and the government has always been great. What the fuck? Why do you keep saying it isn't? It's so anti-patriotic. It drives me crazy. It really boils me in the patriot. You guys aren't fucking patriots. You talk about how bad our country is all the fucking time. Oh, you need to make it great with your fascist wand. You need to wave your fascist wand of death and fascism and fucking genocide or whatever to make America great again. And it's like, nah, fuck you, motherfucker. We've always been great. We've always been great.
Well, our soldiers are coming for you. Your defeat will be certain. Your demise will be final.
Please do not send U.S. troops anywhere in the world stage right now today. You goddamn fucking donkey jackass. Get the fuck off the stage, you brain-dead moron, and come back after you've read the Constitution 15 times. I'm fucking sending you to detention. I'm putting on the goddamn dunce hat. I'm forcing you to recite the Constitution 15 times for the fucking internet. Jesus fucking Christ.
Your downfall will be total.
You are the downfall. You're the downfall.
Complete.
Our downfall will be complete if we follow you into the fucking jackass dark night. I'm not following you into that dark night of your jackassery. I'm just not doing it. Fucking jackass.
Because our soldiers never give up. Never surrender.
We just left Afghanistan. What the fuck are you talking about? We just left Afghanistan in shambles. We absolutely do leave. We just left fucking Vietnam. We just left Afghanistan. Look, you're talking about sacking Greenland and Canada now. Like, what are you talking about? We constantly surrender and do quit. We do. What are you talking about? I'm glad we do. I'm glad we're out of Afghanistan, but everything you say is a lie. Never surrender and never ever quit. Yeah, remember when we left Afghanistan? Would you call that quitting Afghanistan or leaving Afghanistan or surrendering? And when we don't surrender, no, we've never surrendered, no. But we absolutely do quit. We do quit.
and never.
And thank God we did, but I'm not saying I have an issue with us quitting. I'm just saying your statement of never ever quit is a full-blown bald-faced fucking lie that might actually drum up some people's anger, you fucking shithead liar.
Ever quit. They fight, and they win.
Do they really? They fought Afghanistan for 23 fucking years, and I believe we basically just had a big life cost of 3,300 people or whatever it was. Oh, and of course, 9/11, if you tack that on, it's more like 10,000. But I mean, like, yeah, like, motherfucker, did we win with 9/11? Did we win with Vietnam? Did we win with Kosovo or the Gulf War? Did we win fucking Afghanistan? Did we win? Did we really win those wars? We won World War II because we had God, Jesus, and the Jews on our side, thank God. Unlike you Nazi pieces of shit like Walt Disney. But thank God for God, Jesus, and the Jews or whatever, but who was on our side in World War II, because that was a just war. We talk all the time about whether a war is just or not. That was a just war. There was 6 million goddamn Jews being killed. It's like, I mean, not goddamn Jews, but I mean, like, there was 6 million Jews being goddamn killed. I don't mean to say goddamn Jews, I mean goddamn killed. You know what I'm saying? Like, goddamn killed. Like full blown. It was a just war. It was the last war that we've been in that was just. Vietnam was not just. Kosovo was not just. Gulf War was not just. 9/11 was not just. Afghanistan was not just. None of that shit was just. None of it. And we did retire from the field of battle from all of those places and did not win. But you just beat your chest all the time.
In the car. That was coherent.
You're gonna cry in the car.
Yeah, that was coherent. That was better than I thought it was gonna be. Yeah, that was something. That was work.
Wait. We left Vietnam. We left Afghanistan. What do you mean about never quitting, never winning, never, like always winning?
He's still on stage.
Can't you smile? Look, your wife is kind of halfway smiling at the people who still think that she's a human being. Can't you smile? You're the president. This is your birthday. It's kind of like when you've got a beautiful girl, but she's kind of like, she's young. She's like maybe 10 years old. And you can tell. It's like, come on, honey, smile. You're a little kid. What do you have to frown about? You're a little kid. You're like a little child, Trump. Why are you so frowny face? You seem so grumpy. You seem so grumpy face. Can't you smile? Even your wife has that fake ass weird twisted Mona Lisa half smile of a soulless person. Can't she at least try to adopt that? No, I don't think you have anything to smile about or any friends. I think the big boys knocked you down on the blacktop and they bruised your ego. And you have no teacher to run to because you fired them all and called them racist names and tried to kick them out of the country.
Does he know where he at?
Does it matter?
It will always end with two people.
Did he forget that he's in public right now?
No, I don't think he did. I think you're taking it out of context. I think he's supposed to stand there while somebody does a presentation.
Where's Pete Hegseth to go guide him? Is he in stunned disbelief at how his birthday turned out? Like, what? I think he's scared to walk away because of what happened when he went up them plane steps. Yeah, that's what I think. Tell him it's not enough people here for this to hit the timeline. Like, it's really just ain't nobody gonna see it, really. Now, Trump, do you want the bad news or the worst news? I just gave you the bad news. But the worst news is that it wasn't just one night. If only for one night. I know you're gonna put out that there were traffic in all directions all over the East Coast, and the issues with the rain, and that the equipment was taking up too much space so that the people couldn't be there, and then there were other people that were dressed as grass and gravel and concrete. Really, the festivities started at 2 a.m. See, everybody left too early, and then it was a crowd there too. You should have hung out. You should have hung out. It got crowded at
at 2 a.m. See, the real party was the after party. You know what I mean? The after party was what? Woo, boy, it was 500,000 people in the where was we at? A little dive bar on Capitol Hill. Yeah, 500,000. Yeah. How they feel about you.
You can see it right here. We have two new polls. Quinnipiac University, AP New York. I got the
down 20 points. That can't possibly be good.
prior poll for you on the screen. I got the now. This is the net approval rating. You can see this in Quinnipiac.
You pissed off the Mexicans. I think there's some weird thing going on in the community where some Mexicans might not like other Mexicans in our country. I'm not really sure, though. I'm not from that community. I don't really know. So I think your racism, it was kind of like lowballed and sort of ignored for a little bit there. But now, I think you've mobilized them against you, and you will lose that. Because every 1 in 5 people is Mexican. You're
minus 12 to minus 16.
Your chances of winning this are not too good. Like, I don't know what it is you want.
How about 8?
Like, I think you'll probably make it through your term if nobody shoots you. And then let's pray they don't. I don't want a martyr on my hands. I don't want it like that.
Minus 16 to minus 21. Awful.
Somebody already tried to shoot you last year. It's insane.
Awful for both of these pollsters. Where we are right now, both Quinnipiac and AP New York, the worst for Donald Trump in this term so far. He is very much way underwater, at least in these 2 polls.
And this is overall approval. How about specifically on immigration?
Yeah, so immigration has been a strength for Donald Trump. That was why in the beginning of the week I said that Donald Trump wanted this fight. Maybe he shouldn't have wanted this fight. What are we talking about here? Let's take a look at the net approval rating for Donald Trump on immigration. You go back to June 1, he was at plus 4 points. Look at where he is now, minus 2 points in the aggregate. That is a drop of 6 points in only about 2 weeks' time. The only thing that's happened over the last 2 weeks is obviously Donald Trump's ramped up immigration hawkish agenda. And at least at this particular point, the American people are saying, no, we do not like that. And they have turned against the president on his core strength issue of immigration. He is now underwater on the issue that has been strongest for him. If immigration has not helped Donald Trump, maybe he wants to change the subject to this military parade. But take a look here. Government funds for the military parade, a good use of funds? Only 38% say yes, it is a good use of funds. How about not a good use? 60% say not a good use
right now. Yeah, you're like beating your fucking chest while World War III might be starting. What the fuck are you doing? Has anybody given you any good advice this entire 12 years? Because I can't think of a single thing you've done that was wise. Oh no, that's not true. Pewa was wise, Trump, but I believe Nancy Pelosi had to bend you over in the goddamn Congress to get it done, or you wouldn't have done it. You would have just preferred that we die, I think.
And get this, in the center of the electorate among independents, just 24% of independents say it is a good use of funds. This has simply been one of the worst polling weeks for Donald Trump that we've seen. You really only saw worse numbers around his 100th day, but at this particular point, Donald Trump is much more towards the Trump of his popularity.
And that's because 24% of independents are right-wing. 24%.
And it gets better. For me, not for you. It gets better. Some of your own base has begun to turn as well. and I don't just mean the brother standing in the field by himself who got outed.
Former Fox host Tucker Carlson sent Trump a stern warning this morning in his newsletter. Quote, the United States should not at any level participate in a war with Iran. No funding, no American troops, no troops on the ground.
Agreed.
Drop Israel. Let them fight their own wars. What happens next will define Donald Trump's presidency.
But because I am an empath, because I am a person who loves to bleed for my fellow human being, I did not want you to leave empty-handed. I mean, you will, because Melania not gonna hold your hand, but I wanted you to have something in your hands to make it less awkward. I wanted you to leave with something. So to you, Donald Trump, happy birthday. You deserve it.
He was awarded the Bronze Star and the Combat Infantryman Badge.
Infantryman.
Heroin alone, if you look at the heroin epidemic, last year alone, ICE brought
with something. So to you, Donald Trump, happy birthday. You deserve it.
He was awarded the Bronze Star and the Combat Infantryman Badge. Heroin alone, if you look at the heroin epidemic, last year alone, ICE officers moved 10.
No, that's just this New York accent.
1,000 known or suspected gang members.
Suspected.
Delegitimize heart, lung, and liver transplant.
Delegitimize. I think he said it right though.
Gang members and to delegitimize.
Oh no, but that's not a word.
Heart, lung, and liver transplant.
He said it correctly, but it's not a word.
And his daughter Laura. And a reception.
Is it delegitimize? I think, yeah, legitimate. Yes, it would be legitimize. I think legitimize is the word, not legitimize. No, legitimize. I don't even know.
For the
reception.
And we are reclaiming our noble heritage.
Heritage.
They're really big beneficiaries.
Beneficiaries.
Citizens who want their families protected.
Protected.
Really big beneficiaries. Patriotic citizens who want their families protected.
Protected.
Pivotal. Really, and I mean this was pivotal to fully.
Pivotal.
Reauthorize the 9/11 victims.
9/11 victims.
The National Humanitarian Medal.
Humanitarians. Wait.
The National Humanitarian Medal.
Medal. Humanitarians medal. Foistered. It's like Michael Scott when they made fun of foistered. Foistered is a really good word.
Basketball national
champion.
House and Senate lawmakers.
Lawmakers. John Bolton.
And Senate lawmakers advising lawmakers. Secretary Pompeo is here. Secretary of State Mike Bolton.
Michael Bolton.
Is here. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Oman, UAE.
Delano.
Chile. China's their supply chain is breaking up. We must seek real bipartisan
solutions. Bipartisan solutions.
Chain is breaking up. We must seek real bipartisan.
Bipartisan
solution.
Bipartisan.
As bad as this is. The members of our armed forces, and you understand that very well.
It's because he's exhausted and propped up on drugs and 87 years old.
The members of our armed forces to immediately waive all applicable state
applicables
taxes, despite these obstacles. Americans of all walks of life rose up.
All walk of life.
I think radio and the invasion of Normandy and the liberation of Europe.
And the liberalization of Europe.
Well, also.
God damn your Euro trash. God damn it.
Thank the Minneapolis police. As Jack has...
I always struggle with this one too, though. Minneapolis.
Nation of Europe. Want to also thank the Minneapolis police.
Minneapolis police.
Jack has said about the Battle of the Bulge. The Minneapolis police. As Jack has said about the Battle of the Bulge.
The Bulge. Boiled.
Thank the Minneapolis police. As Jack has said about the Battle of the Bulge.
The Bulge. Bulge.
Just said another stock rocket. You saw that, right?
You know, the stock rocket.
Market on January 23rd.
A stock rocket.
Venezuela's.
Venezuela's. Venezuela's. Venezuela's.
They now go and take a look at the oranges. The oranges of the investigation. The beginning.
Oranges of the investigation. The oranges of the investigation.
You've really put a big investment in our country. We appreciate it very much, Tim Apple.
Tim Apple. He's so Michael Scott. He's such a dickbag. Oh my God, Tim Apple is such a Michael Scottism. It's scary. We have a bad boss. We've got an idiot boss. We love him for some fucking reason. We don't know why. But we got a bad boss. Boss baby. Boss orange baby. Boss orange crybaby.
Star shown in the
Eastwise men.
Traveled far
field.
And then
far afield. They travel far afield. He doesn't actually know how to talk. Why can't they talk? No Republicans can speak. They don't have the power of speech. They just sort of stumble through. Like, while they pretend to talk. It's so weird. George Bush Jr. George Bush Sr. could talk. He actually could talk. He still had the power of speech. By George Bush Jr. and past then, we've had Republicans who just don't really have the power of speech.
There was no buys, no. You know what?
There was what? There was
a field. And then
far afield. And then they announced there was no yes, no.
There's no buys, no.
No buys, no.
You know what? Our army.
There was no buys, no.
Manned the air.
Our what? Our what? What? Our army manned air.
There was no buys, no. You know what? Our army manned the air.
Our army manned the air.
It ran the ramparts.
It ran the ramparts. He's just like saying words.
It took over the airports.
It took over the airports like some kind of siren king.
Everything to improve this country and
There's nothing like an idiot trying to stumble through normal speech to make me laugh. They made fun of this so accurately and so chef-kissly in The Office, you know?
The government.
I gotta get rid of the subtitles. It's so goddamn dumb.
To improve this country and the government.
You're of the government.
Over the airports.
Took over the airports. The armpit airports.
Improve this country and the government.
And the door of the government. It's like a Freudian slip.
Took over the airports. It did everything
to improve this country and the government.
The door of the government.
The best words. I have to. But there's no better words than stupid.
Thank you guys so much for watching the video. Hopefully you got a chance to catch the live.
That was quite good. It was quite good. Trump mispronouncing words. You guys want to watch a video about Trump mispronouncing words? Oh no. Okay, get rid of that and take me back to the main page. We're done with that. Unbroken, the price of a priest. What is this? Why does it look all weird? Oh, you are muted, honey.
Than the people in power. And and I would like to show you an example of that from Spokane. We say that the power of the people is greater than the people in power, and I would like to show you an example of that from Spokane, Washington.
Hey, it's somebody without a $3,000 bed or something, you know? It's somebody who's actually from, like, the middle to lower class. Wow, the punkers are just attacking the ice. Look at that fat-ass ice agent. We could easily take you down. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to body shame him. Wait, yes I did. I don't like pigs. No, you don't want that guy to fall on you. It's not going to be good. It's going to break some bones. Don't fall on that priest, please. Please don't fall on that kid. Please don't fall on that kid. You have to be something like 370 pounds. Please don't fall on that kid. No, they're not going to let you do this. They're not going to let you do this. Get the fuck out of our community, traitors. Get the fuck out of here, traitors. We're not letting you do it. Shame, 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 shame. Let's demask them. Demask these guys. No, it's assault, isn't it? Yeah. Let them go. Let them go. You're not getting out of here, motherfucker. Yep, fuck off now. Don't forget to go fuck yourselves, fucking traitor fascists. Traitor pig fuckers.
So that was yesterday, June 11th in Spokane, Washington. A large anti-ICE protest has broken out. It started with a post on Facebook. According to Spokane's NBC affiliate, former city councilman Ben Stuckert made a social media post stating that 2 Venezuelans he had taken legal guardianship of had been detained by ICE. He announced that his plan was to go sit in front of the transport vehicle, and he asked if 20 people would join him, right? This is a rapid response request. The crowd quickly grew far beyond that. ICE agents tried to move these 2 Venezuelans out, and the crowd consistently blocked them at the front and the back of the building. The video footage you saw there was about 7 p.m., so protesters had been there peacefully for about 5 hours.
No black bag abductions in America, piece of shit Nazi fascists. No black bag abductions in America. Not on our watch.
There was also a planned separate
piece of shit Gestapo.
ICE protest in Spokane.
You call yourself Republicans. I call you the Gestapo. I don't see the fucking difference.
At Riverfront Park, but because of this situation, the number of protesters that turned out for that protest grew significantly as well. I'm not really sure what happened at that protest. The reporting just says that law enforcement donned gas masks and prepared to disperse the crowd.
Of course.
So were they not allowed to legally protest there? Were they not peacefully assembled? I don't know if they were not permitted. I don't know the circumstances, but we do
Thank you, Park Rose Permaculture. I'd like to sub your channel.
Also, during this time, ICE managed to snatch several more men and shove them into a transport van, although it's unclear who those men are.
It's Portland. She's
One
Portland.
of the things that's being discussed in a lot of grassroots pro-democracy organizations right now is what we can do to have an appropriate legal response when ICE shows up to terrorize and abduct our neighbors. How do we defend folks in our communities from the illegal actions?
We stop them. We just stand there. You can't take them.
The American Gestapo. So if you don't have those networks set up, those connections set up where you can call people up, get them to show up and exercise their constitutional right to non-violently protest what's happening, maybe think about how you can form those connections right now. We need to all have ways to reach each other very quickly, to mobilize very quickly. Speaking of the American Gestapo, now I know there's a lot of speculation about how many of the dudes working for ICE now are Oath Keepers and Proud Boys. They're all cosplay militiamen who love their fatal live action role play, right? And they eagerly took the $40,000 bonus to join ICE. I mean, like, come on, y'all. Look at these boys. Look at these little chuddies right here. I've heard folks say that the guys who go work for ICE are the guys who couldn't get a job with the FBI. They couldn't make it in the Marines. They would have failed out of basic training. They don't have the physical or mental capabilities to work for the CIA or the FBI. They're kind of fail boys a little bit. That's who goes and works for ICE. Dudes like this right here. Butt crack Jack right here. This is the American Gestapo. I think it's perfectly well and good to make fun of these guys. It's also good to remember that right now they are empowered by Donald Trump to terrorize our communities. These are deeply insecure.
I call the pig fat because I believe he's stuffing donuts off the public's money while he sits in some car all day and does nothing. He is getting fat off the fat of the land. To me, is when I call him fat. I'm not talking about his body. I'm talking about look at the fat of the land. Like look at the fat of the land, like living off of the public dime. Fucking shitty, you know. Like, I paid taxes all my life, and I wasn't on disability until I was 39 years old, you know? And, like, I paid taxes all my life. Like, I have a you know, right to get what I paid for, you know? But, like, these people...
Men who have been desperate to feel big and powerful their entire lives, and now Donald Trump is giving them a chance. And they're armed not only with weapons, but with the power of the corrupt DOJ, who is willing to weaponize prosecution against anybody who in any way engages with ICE. So these guys are embarrassing, they're super cringe, they're unskilled, untrained, but they're also really fucking dangerous. Precisely because of their fragility, but also because they are not qualified to be doing this job.
This work.
They don't know how to de-escalate. All they know how to do is escalate. I said in another video that one of my mutuals, Possibility Maven, made a really good point. Who is it at a protest who has a vested interest in making sure that the situation is not de-escalated? It's the guys who are paid to be there, and that would be ICE. I mean, this regime has stated that they need to be rounding up 3,000 immigrants a day. They're basically putting a bounty out on folks because they've got to cram those for-profit prisons with more and more and more. Well, they're not prisons. They are basically concentration camps,
gulags,
detention centers with more and more migrants because the Geo Group and other private businesses, they are able to charge the American taxpayer millions and millions of dollars by keeping those migrants held in those detainment facilities. It's a big fucking grift, y'all. The more hardworking, decent folks they can snatch and stuff in their vans and ship off to these detention facilities run by private businesses like Geo Group, the more they can charge the American taxpayer. That's why they want to increase it to 3,000 a day. It's all for profit. It's about money. So ICE doesn't have justice or law and order as a priority at all. They are not trained to de-escalate. They're not even trained in what the law is, right? Their mission is really clear. Round up as many migrants as possible, terrorize communities all across the country, and also do what you can to escalate. Do what you can to incite a riot. Because what ICE is doing is also about feeding into Trump's agenda, right? It's about feeding his propaganda, painting the American people as violent rioters. Right, they put out this statement that was like, oh, we've had this record number of assaults against ICE officers. Well, that's because ICE is going in to peaceful communities and starting shit. That's because ICE is going in and folks like Butt Crack Jack there are shoving peaceful protesters, snatching decent, hardworking folks. They are manufacturing a crisis. They are manufacturing everything that is happening. All of this is caused by ICE. It will be escalated by ICE. These guys have no interest in law enforcement. There is nothing that they are doing that is going to de-escalate anything. They don't know the law. They are not adequately trained. Yep, I'm sure a lot of them are Oath Keepers and Proud Boys. I'm sure some of them are desperate for a job, and the $40,000+ bonus that was supposedly offered to them was definitely an incentive to betray their community and betray the American people. But when you see the American Gestapo out and about, please understand that these are not highly trained, skilled law enforcement officers. These are not like Mission Impossible dudes, y'all. These are like, you know, bumbling stormtroopers. They're dangerous ones because they are fragile, insecure men who for the first time in their life have access to power and deadly weapons. And the regime has basically given them carte blanche to do whatever they want. They have as good as told them that we won't hold you accountable. But remember, this regime will not last forever, and the day of accountability will come for these guys.
It will.
Right? We're filming everything that's happening. We're taking photos. For that future investigation, because
we're gonna take your jobs when he's out. We're gonna take your fucking jobs, you piece of shit, backstabbing traitors. You fuck the public like this. We're gonna take your jobs in 4 years. What did you think was gonna happen? You think you can ride like this on this fucking hateful Nazi shit and it was just gonna last forever? No, we're gonna take your fucking jobs in 4 years. Like you'll be the ones living in fear. Fuck your fucking matrix of fear.
Was just following orders. That's not a valid defense. So on one hand, like I guess what I'm saying here is that
it's not a valid defense. We're going to take your jobs.
More skill and power than they have. Please remember that the people are 340 million. ICE employs less than 20,000. So these guys are not only not all powerful, they're not.
Oh, I thought it was like 700. It's like 340 or whatever it is. Is it 340? There's 300. How many Americans are there? I thought the estimation was higher. Oh, it's 347. That's it. But no, it's more than that. It's like 400 million people. Okay, I thought it was like 700, but okay, 400 million. I didn't know.
They're not intelligent, but please recognize that in many ways makes them dangerous because they will be unpredictable.
Yeah, they're like baby rattlesnakes. They don't know not to hurt people.
They do not know how to respond in a situation. And we know that a chunk of them are white supremacists who enjoy inflicting pain and suffering. So those are all just things to take into account. But then also, ultimately, please remember the power of the people is greater than the people in power.
Engaged.
20,000 ICE agents, 800,000 civilian law enforcement, and a standing army of 2 million. Those numbers don't add up to hold the American people hostage.
The 400 million.
They're trying.
Yep.
They're desperately trying to scare you. But if we overcome our fear, understand who our adversary is, understand who it is that is trying to intimidate us and scare us into submission, and we do the math, and then we all stand together in a massive solidarity movement, our wall of millions and millions and millions of people cannot be taken down by 20,000 butt crack jacks.
Approaching Stargate.
I was just running a commune. Right on.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate.
Oh, they filed impeachment.
President Donald John Trump is the problem. The threat of impeachment can act as a deterrent. Should that fail, actual impeachment becomes the solution. Having presented articles of impeachment that laid the foundation for President Trump's prior impeachment, I should say impeachments, which contributed to his presidential defeat, I am compelled by my moral imperative, driven by my conscience, to act again. In Article 65 of the 85 articles of essays contained within the Federalist Papers, written to promote the ratification of the Constitution, the great Alexander Hamilton explains.
Entonces no podíamos hacer nada. Entonces la única opción fue meternos por la selva.
Dios mediante, vamos a pedir apoyo a Estados Unidos a ver si nos dan así. Que nos digan no. Es como que nos maten en vida.
Swanee and her family entered the jungle in a group of about 700 people. It was a quiet day. On average, it's double that. The number crossing through here each year has jumped from around a...
It's weird.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
personal request.
Leave of absence requested for Mr. Keith Self for Monday, June 10th through June 12th, 2025.
Without objection, the request is granted.
Approaching Stargate.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise, a proud, liberated, unbought, unbossed, unafraid Democrat. And I'm proud, Mr. Speaker, to say that I rise today to recognize those that I call the impeachment warriors. I had a press statement that was sent out, and I'd like to read just a few words from it, Mr. Speaker. It reads, media advisory and public notice. Congressman Al Green recognizes the significant battle won by impeachment warriors.
Autopilot
and
jumping.
then there's a subtitle. Kilmar Abrego Garcia has been returned to the United States and may get the due process authoritarian president
Warping to
Trump
Stargate.
declared he had no constitutional right to. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of these organizations and what they have done. They have made a difference. These organizations have been on the front line to prevent an authoritarian president from devolving our country into a total state of the authoritarianism. These organizations have taken the time to organize and mobilize within our communities. And these organizations deserve an expression of appreciation. I believe that organizations that go to this length should have a flag flown over the United States Capitol to honor what they've done, Mr. Speaker. I have in my hands such a flag. This is a flag that was presented to me upon my arrival in Congress by a member of Congress. I cherish it and I have kept it. This flag was flown over the United States Capitol. I plan to have a similar flag flown over the United States Capitol for each of the following organizations. For edification purposes, these flags will be flown over the same Capitol up the same flagpole that had a flag flown for President Kennedy, for Dr. Martin Luther King, for Rosa Parks. I want them honored because of what they're doing to prevent an authoritarian president from devolving our country into full-blown authoritarianism. Mr. Speaker, the organizations that I would like to call to the attention of this Congress would be Free Speech for People.
To Stargate.
This organization has acquired more than 600,000 signed statements, petitions to impeach and remove President Trump from office. The Women's March, another organization that has been engaged. The May Day movement, the 14th Now movement, the Citizens Impeachment Now movement. And I have two friends that I'd like to single out who have been very helpful. Jessica Denson would
What
be
did they
one.
just impeach him? Like a year and not has it even been a year? No, when was the election? The election was like 5 months ago, wasn't it? It hasn't even been a year. What did they just impeach him before the end of the summer? That's fucking hilarious. When are we going to see the Republicans in this country again? Let's hope never.
Lights On with Jessica Denson, a podcast.
I think I'm going to go take my trash out, guys. I'm sorry. I will be right back. Won't take me but a couple of minutes. I will not be long. I'll be right back. I will leave Eve online on the screen for a moment. And I will be right back. Sunday trash. I have to do this every week. My trash thing
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station.
Okay, much better. Doesn't smell as bad in here anymore. The trash stank. There we go.
Approaching station.
And my constitutional law friend, Attorney John Boniface. I plan to have these flags flown this week, and they will be presented to these organizations at a later
They're
time.
fixing the fuck on Donald Trump for
These
impeachment.
flags
I forgot that
will
there is an impeachment trial. People forget, but there is an impeachment trial, and it started on the 2nd, and it's the 15th, so it's 2 weeks in. But yeah, maybe that goes pretty quick. If they want their fast conviction, they'll get their fast conviction, and that might be before the end of the summer.
Present what I believe.
If they impeach him,
Permission requested. Docking request.
but I mean, he did kind of violate articles of the Constitution, though. I mean, that's stuff that we should impeach for.
Is a true testament from one member of Congress to say to them, please know that you have won a battle. You were able to bring Mr. Garcia back to this country with your work, but that battle doesn't mean that the war is over. We still have a war to fight because we have an authoritarian president in office. I have in my hand, Mr. Speaker, a column from the Washington Post. This story from the Washington Post, dated June 9th, 2025, reads as follows. This is the style of the story. It reads, California Governor Gavin Newsom says Trump is stepping toward authoritarianism. An excerpt from the actual story reads, California Governor Gavin Newsom should be arrested. This is something that President Trump said. This is from the story. President Donald Trump said he thought California Governor Gavin Newsom should be arrested, a claim that Newsom described as an unmistakable step toward authoritarianism. I concur with what he said about the step, but I would simply say this. I think we're already there. We are in a country wherein a president has devolved democracy into authoritarianism. This president has done so by using executive orders. He has done so by using...
Is this man's eyes open?
The very courts to move his executive orders, but by...
I don't ever want my eyes to be this closed in my entire life. Maybe it happens to you when you're old.
Them such that they move slowly and get to a final judgment that would be against them.
I don't know how I couldn't do it. I couldn't do this where I barely could see. Like, you see how he can barely see.
This president has disrespected the federal courts. He has disrespected the orders of the court. When the courts have said to him,
is he blind? Maybe he's blind.
Even if you differ with our orders, you have to appeal these orders. You cannot decide that you're going to proceed, notwithstanding the court's implementation, a failure to implement the orders that you think should be implemented. This president has decided that judges should be impeached if they decline to follow his mandate. He has said ugly things about the judiciary and has gone so far as to say that some judges don't deserve to be on the bench and that these judges should...
The level of damage he's done to our country is kind of profound, and we're gonna be learning about it for like the next 100 years. When all of this gets sussed out, there'll be like people with professorial knowledge and teaching classes and Trumpian corruption and stuff like this. It's kind of insane. They're gonna go back and they're gonna look at him like a crazy criminal, and they're gonna talk about all the crazy stuff he did and how bad it was for the government. It's insane. Eventually they'll teach classes about like Trump failures and stuff. I mean, that's just crazy. That's the man leading our country.
Approaching
removed
Stargate.
By way of orders of impeachment emanating from this very house. This president has devolved democracy into authoritarianism. He is a president ripe for impeachment. And impeachment is what we shall bring to the attention of this house. We have already filed HRES 415 to impeach the president. This resolution deals with the acts that he has perpetrated related to the removal of a person from this country without due process, without giving this person the opportunity to say, you've made a mistake, notwithstanding the fact that his administration acknowledges that a mistake was made. This president, pursuant to these articles, should be removed from office because judges told him that he had made a mistake and that he should facilitate the bringing of this person back to the country, and he has not done
He defied judges' orders, which is I think grounds for impeachments. You can't if the SCOTUS tells you to do something in this country, even the president, I think he has to do it. No, he defied the court order, and that is subject to impeachment, I believe. That's insane. I forgot all about that, but I believe legally I think this is the Democrats, but I mean, they have a point here. They can legally impeach him because he did go against the court mandate. That'll cause you to lose your office. You can't do that. Will they do it to him? I don't know. Will they stick it? I don't know. Is there a lawyer good enough to stick past all the fucking Republican spin?
These articles.
And this is lawfare to a degree. It's like trying to get us out of a bad situation with lawfare. And I don't know.
Were filed. This president knows that the removal without due process was an improper action, but he did it, notwithstanding the knowledge that was accorded him by some members of his staff, some persons in his administration. So I say to you, HRES 415, this would be articles of impeachment that we'll call to the attention of the public. This means that they'll be voted on. They'll be voted on in this House.
Oh, 5 people died that day?
They will then be read again by the clerk, and that thereafter they'll be voted on. Those who vote to table, and there will be a motion to table, those who vote to table will be voting against the articles of impeachment, notwithstanding all of the evidence. Those who vote to have the articles move forward will vote against tabling the articles of impeachment. And then we'll let the record stand, and I suggest to everyone, vote your conscience. I will be voting to avoid tabling these articles of impeachment. But I'm going beyond these articles of impeachment. I am going to file additional articles of impeachment this month, and these articles will relate to not only the president, but also the vice president. Both of them should be removed from office.
Yeah, we don't want. Yeah, I don't want the vice president to take over this country. Fuck no. The vice president was right along with them when they committed treason, essentially. You can't go against the SCOTUS. That's treason, basically.
And vice president. And I will present these.
They have the absolute power in this country. It's not actually the president. SCOTUS can, I think, outvote the president. It's kind of crazy. Now they can't tell. They don't have executive power, but they do have like all of the government's power. If they say something is law, then it's law. And so if they told him to return that prisoner, and he didn't, that's defying the SCOTUS. That's grounds for impeachment. I didn't even think about that aspect of it.
Articles of impeachment to this House this month. I don't know that I'll bring them to a vote this month, but I do know that they will be presented to the House this month.
Who knows how long this will take?
They'll
lie and they'll be like, we need lawyers or something. They'll lie and they'll try to just string it out for 5 months that way. But no, this has to be quick because the more damage he does.
Fit to hold the office that he has. The things that he says and the things that he's done are clearly indicative of an authoritarian presidency.
Autopilot
Mr.
jumping.
Speaker, I have been censured by this House for the things that I have done. I was in here and I called to the attention of the president that he had no right, I didn't say right, I said that he didn't have a mandate. But I was in essence saying you have no right to eliminate or to cut Medicaid. And then I went on to talk about Social Security and Medicare. I was among the very first to call this to the attention of not only this House and the president, but literally to the attention of this country and the globe. And I was right then, and I'm right now. The president is cutting by and through the members of the House and soon to be the Senate, money from Medicaid, some $700 billion. He is going to cut now Medicare, and only God knows what will happen as it relates to Social Security in the hands of my Republican colleagues. I believe that we cannot allow a president to do these things without challenging him, without confronting him whenever we have the opportunity. Having done so, I was censured for what I did, and I accepted my censure. I accepted it. It doesn't mean that I agreed with it, but I accepted my censure because I believe that if you protest, you've got to be prepared to suffer the consequences. I was prepared to suffer the consequences. I don't agree with them. But I believe that when we do things that contravene the laws, things that are not in harmony with society, things that are causing harm to society, I believe that there are punishments that we should suffer. If you break the law, you should suffer punishment. I believe that a president who is breaking the law by avoiding the constitutional responsibilities imposed upon him by his oath of office, by the Constitution itself, I believe that when he does this, impeachment is the remedy. If the courts cannot control him, and my Republican colleagues who have the majority in the House and the Senate won't control him, then the only thing left is impeachment. And that means that the Congress of the United States of America, in this House, this will become the court of last resort. We plan to use the court of last resort to bring justice to the country for what an unfit president is doing to devolve our democracy into autocracy. I believe that this is something that must be done, notwithstanding the fact that I have been impeached, yes, but I haven't been silenced, and I will not be silenced. I will not be silenced because too much is at stake. The country is devolving into this autocracy, this authoritarianism, and we have to speak up. I don't ask others to do what I do. I don't mind standing alone. If it means standing alone, I will stand alone. I would hope that there will be others of goodwill who will stand also. But if they don't, I leave that to them to deal with as they choose to navigate their way through this Congress and through life. So I have been silenced? No. I have been censured? Yes. And I plan to continue with this movement. This movement is something that I call now a countdown to impeachment. A countdown to impeachment. And this countdown is something that I embrace, and I embrace it with my friends, all of whom I have named, but I think sometimes it bears repeating certain things. I want the folk over at Free Speech for People to know
it's quite funny
that this countdown to impeachment
I like his pimp cane.
Includes them, and there's more than 600,000 persons that they have on their petition. The Women's March, a group of women who have come together to claim and demand that women have the respect in this society that men have.
Yep.
Example, men get paid more for work that women are doing, same work, but don't get equal pay. Some have estimated it to be about 20+%, maybe 25, 26%. Well, there isn't a man alive who's worth 26 cents more than a woman. We have to make sure that the Women's March is supported, and I'm going to support them. The May Day movement, a movement started to make sure that this president knows that there are people who are going to march and protest to make sure that he is impeached. They're all a part of the countdown to impeachment. The 14th Now movement, something that started very early on in the presidency, and the president's reign this time, in this president's term of office. And this movement was started to prevent what is happening now, and that is our government's devolving into authoritarianism. And finally, the citizens' impeachment movement. This movement is something that has grassroots elements associated with it across the country, and I'm proud to say that they are part of the countdown to impeach. The countdown to impeachment. So again, a flag will be flown in honor of these organizations for the efforts that they've made. I will bring additional articles of impeachment to the attention of the Congress this month to impeach not only the president, but also the vice president. And finally, the articles that I have presented already to this Congress will be read, and they will be voted on. And make no mistake about it.
This man is out for blood. He's actually going to probably get it, too. He's actually using the fucking system the way they're meant to use it, which is good.
I will bring additional articles of impeachment because this president continues to breach the mandates of the Constitution. And as long as he continues to do it, I will continue to bring articles of impeachment. I think we're laying the foundation for his being impeached. Finally, this. There are those who contend that we should not impeach at this time. Well, I contend that there are many things that we bring to the floor of the House that we don't get the kind of results that we desire when we bring them initially. Many things. We have brought the equality legislation before the House, and we passed it twice in the House. That doesn't mean that we're not going to continue with it. We're not going to give up on it. It took us almost 100 years to get the Affordable Care Act. We never gave up on it. So bringing things to the attention of the House that don't get passed the first time, that is nothing new. I believe that we will do this and we'll be persistent with it. I also know that as we do it, we will gain additional momentum. There will be many who won't vote for it initially, but then there will be more the second time that will, and more the third time, and the fourth time, and however many times is necessary to get us to our final impeachment articles that will bring President Trump down. He does not deserve to hold the office that he holds. So impeachment is the remedy when the courts can't control him and his party won't control him. It's left up to us, those of us who have the will and the courage to bring articles of impeachment before the Congress of the United States of America. This will be done. This is my pledge. The countdown to impeachment continues, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Get him.
They actually tackled a sitting U.S. senator, and that's maybe not even the worst part about this. Kristi Noem, the
personal request.
Leave of absence requested for Mr. Keith Self for Monday, June 10th through June 12th, 2025.
They actually tackled a sitting U.S. senator, and that's maybe not even the worst part about this. Kristi Noem, the Secretary of Homeland Security, just said the quiet part out loud, and that's not getting quite as much attention. Because at a federal press conference in Los Angeles, Kristi Noem stood behind a podium flanked by uniformed officers and declared that the military is in California to liberate it from its own elected leaders.
We are staying here to liberate this city.
Let that sink in. And to add extreme injury to insult, moments later, Senator Alex Padilla tried to ask a question, and what happened next was as horrific as it was predictable.
I have questions for the secretary.
Federal agents grabbed him, shoved him, and eventually handcuffed him face down on the floor. DHS is trying to retcon things by claiming that he lunged at Noem and failed to identify himself, even though this is all on video and he clearly says on camera,
I'm Senator Alex Padilla.
This is insane and it's horrifying, but let's talk about what the law actually says about this situation. So let's break this down. On June 12th, during a press conference at a federal building in Los Angeles, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem declared that the military is in California to liberate it.
We are not going away. We are staying here to liberate this city from the socialist and the burdensome leadership that this governor and that this mayor have placed on this country and what they have tried to insert into this city.
Now, in our other videos, we've talked about the Trump administration's putative legal justifications for sending in the National Guard and the Marines to Los Angeles. They say they need to repel a foreign invasion of migrants and stop a rebellion. That is, of course, nonsense. But Noem's remarks echoed what President Trump recently said when he spoke to troops at Fort Bragg.
Our country be destroyed by invasion and third world lawlessness here at home, like is happening in California.
Noem said that the federal military forces are in California to liberate the state from its elected leaders, including Governor Newsom and Mayor Karen Bass. And I think I'm underselling it when I say that this is startling and incendiary language from the sitting Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Now, a reporter who attended the news conference said in order to attend the briefing, they had to go through security. And the U.S. Senator from California, Alex Padilla, told the media that he was in the building to attend a military briefing when he heard about Noem's press conference. So he apparently entered the briefing room and tried to ask a question.
I have questions for the secretary, because the fact of the matter is half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your
And Senator Padilla is the ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee's Subcommittee on Immigration, Citizenship, and Border Safety. And that subcommittee considers immigration reform proposals and has oversight over federal agencies with citizenship, asylum, refugee, and immigration enforcement responsibilities. So in sum, he's a guy that has a lot of legitimate questions for Secretary Noem. So in this part of the video, the agents pulled at his clothing and shoved him. He's speaking, but he does not appear to be resisting efforts to remove him. And of course, he starts off by very clearly identifying himself.
I'm Senator Alex Padilla.
A few seconds later, you can see what happened when they escorted Padilla out of the room. His hands were up, he did not touch or strike the officers. But here's how the Department of Homeland Security characterized what you just saw with your own eyes. Quote, Senator Padilla chose disrespectful political theater and interrupted a live press conference without identifying himself or having his Senate security pin on as he lunged.
He did identify himself. He did, though. Why do you guys lie? What? I mean, yeah, he didn't identify himself as he came in because he doesn't need to. He's a senator.
Mr. Padilla was told repeatedly to back away and did not comply with officers' repeated commands. Secret Service thought he was an attacker and officers acted appropriately. Secretary No met with Senator Padilla after and held a 15-minute meeting. So let's unpack that. Do the facts stated by this government account match what you just saw on video?
No.
They say he did not identify himself, yet he clearly said, quote, "I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary." So that part is clearly a lie. Now, you would expect the Secretary of DHS to know who Alex Padilla is, since she is conducting law enforcement operations in his particular state. Moreover, Senator Padilla is the top Democrat on the subcommittee on immigration, and Noam has met with that committee several times now. But the bigger point is that Padilla identified himself as a senator, and the administration has lied about it, even though it's clearly on video. So we can think about this in the context of how DHS is making similar allegations against Mayor Baraka in Newark, who they accused of storming an ICE facility. Now, the Justice Department eventually dropped the charges against him because he did not do what they alleged, and that was also confirmed by video. But I think George Orwell might have something to say about that. But DHS said Senator Padilla wasn't wearing his Senate security pin, making it hard for them to know who he was. But DHS also accused Padilla of lunging at Noam, as in physically threatening her. Now, I certainly don't see Padilla lunging at Noam in either of the two videos. And they said that they thought he was an attacker. Of course, Senator Padilla does not have a right to attack or attempt to assault Noam, but if he or anyone else tried to assault Noam, then he would have been wrong. But obviously that's not what the video shows. We also don't have video showing when Padilla entered the room, but I think that we can assume from the tone of his voice where he identifies himself as Senator Padilla that he probably wasn't particularly aggressive as he walked into the door. But it looks like when they dragged Padilla out of the room, Noam's voice was calm, she did not acknowledge him, and her posture didn't change. So common sense and our eyes probably don't support the assertion that he looked like an attacker. Padilla was in a room of heavily armed officers. He's a U.S. senator. He's trying to ask her a question, and it's probably fair to characterize his voice as angry, but did anything about his body language indicate that he was trying to assault her? Probably not. And in fact, the other people on the podium didn't even react to Padilla or move to defend Noam. And yes, to add further insult to injury, they're saying that you are not allowed to record this horrible event. DHS officers said that they told the senator repeatedly to back away, and he did not comply with the commands.
Hands off!
Many of our ICE agents have been shot.
On the ground. On the ground. Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back.
Lay feet on my hands. Good. Put them behind my back.
All right. Cool. Hands on one hand. Lay flat. Lay flat.
Other hand, sir. Other hand.
There's no recording allowed up here. I did not know. There's no recording allowed out here.
Now, based on this video, I'm not sure what commands he would have ignored. He's trying to get his questions out, and they're shoving him backwards. And as many have pointed out, the men who pushed him backwards don't seem to be giving him any commands at the moment. Their mouths are shut. And we can cut back to the video. At this point, he lifts his right arm and touches the plainclothes officer in the chest while they're pulling him in the other direction. Is that resisting? It certainly doesn't look like a shove or anything like that. And a few seconds later, his hands are on one of the plainclothes officers while they're dragging him backwards. He does not appear to be trying to move forward. It's possible that he's trying to stay on his feet, though, so I'd say it still doesn't qualify as resisting. And here's another view of it. This video is from a Padilla staffer.
I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary, because the fact of the matter is a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your
when they get him into the other room, the officers, including some wearing uniforms, start grabbing his arms, and one appears to be pulling him to the left, another to the right, and a third officer is shoving him in back, moving him forward. And when law enforcement officers start to restrain or arrest someone, the person they're arresting rarely has the ability to stand completely still or lay completely still. In fact, it's often that police give contradictory commands, which will happen here. And when several officers are shoving and grabbing you, there will naturally be movement. And sometimes, as you saw there, the officers are tugging the person in different directions. And sometimes this creates the perception of resistance that may not exist. This is why in excessive force lawsuits, attorneys will question every officer on the scene in detail, asking them to identify each command they gave, every instance of the suspect's non-compliance, and to explain precisely how and why those actions constituted resistance. But there's one more video to look at. This is from Padilla's office, and it shows the officers handcuffing him. An officer says, "To the ground," and the senator kneels, and they say, "Hands behind your back," while shoving him forward onto the floor. And Padilla says something like, "I'm trying, you have to let go of them first."
On your back.
Lay feet on my hands. Good. Put them behind my back.
And then an officer says, "Lay flat," but you can see here that one officer is pushing down on his left hip, making it hard for him to go completely flat on his stomach. And as Senator Padilla noted when he said, "You have to let go of my hands," the officers can make it physically impossible for a person to comply with their commands. If an officer says, put your hands behind your back, but they're restraining your arms and hands, just a simple act of moving your arms to comply can make it appear as if you're resisting. And it happens all the time that officers tell people not to resist, and sometimes they yell, do not resist, to create a perception that the person must be resisting, which is itself a form of political theater. But it happens all the time, often in a time when the person cannot physically comply. This is something we talked about when the police arrested Miami Dolphins star Tyreek Hill. Not surprisingly, the police ended up dropping the charges against Hill as well. But afterwards, Senator Padilla spoke about what happened from his perspective.
At one point, I had a question, and so I began to ask a question. I was almost immediately forcibly removed from the room. I was forced to the ground, and I was handcuffed. I was not arrested. I was not detained.
Now, he said he wasn't detained, but I don't know what else you call that when you're being handcuffed and thrown to the ground. That's a detention. But of course, the devil is in the details. The officers will say that he didn't comply with their commands, and he was going to charge the podium. Tricia McLaughlin, the Assistant Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, has already said as much. She said that Padilla was pushing and shoving law enforcement officers to get his way back up to the podium. Though, as Liz Dye noted during our video about the Baraka events, McLaughlin has a habit of stretching the truth, and that's putting it mildly.
McLaughlin then went on CNN to say, quote, we actually have body camera footage of these members of Congress assaulting these ICE enforcement officers, including body slamming a female ICE officer. Is Bonnie Watson-Coleman in the room with you now, Trisha? Blink twice if you're being body slammed.
This time around, McLaughlin said that no one knew who he was, despite the fact that Senator Padilla was in the building for a military briefing and clearly identified himself. But let's get to the law of this. U.S. senators, like all American citizens, enjoy the protections of the First Amendment, which guarantees the right to free speech. However, these rights are subject to reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions, especially on government property. The government can regulate speech in non-public forums, as long as the restrictions are content neutral, narrowly tailored, and leave open alternative channels for communication. For example, officials may lawfully restrict demonstrations, filming, or loud public statements in secure or non-public areas of a federal facility if doing so serves a legitimate purpose, such as safety or the uninterrupted functioning of government operations. But this was a press event with the press present. But Nome Security Detail treated Senator Padilla like an unruly citizen who got out of hand at a town hall, which sometimes can violate someone's rights. For example, in Heaney versus Roberts, the Fifth Circuit allowed a First Amendment claim to proceed after Tom Heaney was ejected from a city council meeting in Gretna, Louisiana. Heaney had been speaking about the legality of campaign contributions from no-bid contractors when Councilmember Roberts interrupted him and gave the floor to the city attorney. Although earlier speakers were allowed to finish, Roberts cut Heaney off and ordered a police officer to throw him out when he became agitated. The court found sufficient evidence that Heaney was silenced because of his viewpoint in a limited public forum and ruled the case could go to a jury. But there are some cases that go the other way. In Jones versus Heyman, for instance, the 11th Circuit held that the mayor of Key West did not violate any rights by removing a speaker who the mayor believed was repeatedly off topic or disruptive. The court said the mayor had a legitimate interest in controlling the agenda and preventing the disruption of the commission meeting. And there are also cases involving government removing media from news conferences. For example, in July 2021, citizen journalist Justin Pulliam, who runs the YouTube channel Corruption Report, was denied access to a sheriff's press conference in Fort Bend County, Texas. Sheriff Eric Fagan instructed deputies to keep Pulliam out, threatening to arrest if he tried to enter. A U.S. magistrate judge ruled that Pulliam's work was protected by the First Amendment, just like traditional journalists. The sheriff's actions violated Pulliam's free speech rights, and the violation was clearly established, meaning that the local officials should have known that they violated his rights. So it's definitely possible that Senator Padilla could file a lawsuit challenging his expulsion from the room and alleging false arrest. Now, if you're tackled and handcuffed for exercising your First Amendment right, you'll want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my law firm Equal Team can help. If you've got in a car crash, suffered a data breach, especially if you've got a data breach letter saying your information might have been leaked, or dealing with a workers' comp or social security issue, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. By the way, we don't get paid unless you do, so there's nothing up front. So just click on the link in the description or call the phone number on screen for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. Especially these days. To bring a successful false arrest claim under the Fourth Amendment, the plaintiff has to show that they were intentionally detained without legal justification or public cause. In Senator Padilla's case, the video shows he was forcibly removed.
Hey, hold on just a second, sorry. There we go. Ready? Okay, I'll come bring any trash. I'm sorry, just my trash stinks, so I just took it to the curb, and I'll take bags out if you need me to. Okay, sure, yeah, no problem. Okay, no problem. I'll be up there in just a minute. After this, I've got to run upstairs for just 5 minutes. Almost done. Okay, guys, got to step away here. I will not be long, like 5 minutes. I will turn in this quest and leave Eve running so you guys have something to watch. There we go, 4.5 bill. And, oh, yes, what's this? Okay, so, yes, and I will leave with this. Okay, I'm going to leave this to watch. Yep. I'll be right back. Sorry. Oh, stiff. Oh. Okay. Oh. I guess I'll toss this in the fridge for now. Chips with sour cream here for snack. I eat that way later around midnight or something. Gonna have some chips and sour cream for a snack, and then I have teriyaki pork for dinner. It's a gift from my family, and got that all out of the way.
Physically restrained and handcuffed by federal agents after attempting to ask a question at a DHS press conference. Now that certainly looks like a seizure under the Fourth Amendment to me, which raises the question of whether the agents had a lawful basis for detaining him. And the government's justification hinges on the claim that Padilla was physically threatening them or failed to comply with lawful commands. However, as we talked about, the available footage appears to contradict the claims of the government.
I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the Secretary.
Padilla had clearly identified himself as a U.S. Senator, and his tone, though forceful, I suppose, was not aggressive, and his body language did not appear threatening. It seems clear he did not lunge Secretary Noem, and agents removed him without visibly issuing commands or warnings. And courts have repeatedly held that even brief detentions can amount to unconstitutional seizures if not supported by legal justification. The fact that Padilla's detention was relatively short does not necessarily make it lawful. What matters more is whether law enforcement had an objective basis to believe that Padilla had committed a crime or posed a genuine threat. And from the current record that we have, that seems doubtful. But what about the federal officers themselves? Some people have asked if the federal agents could face arrest by California law enforcement officers for what happened. And the answer depends on whether state law enforcement has jurisdiction. This was a federal building managed by the GSA, but most GSA-managed buildings fall under concurrent jurisdiction where both federal and state law enforcement have jurisdiction. And both federal and state law enforcement enforcement may have authority to investigate or arrest depending on the nature of the incident and the interagency agreements at play here. So it is possible that in theory that means the LAPD or state officers might be able to investigate or even arrest federal agents for alleged criminal acts against Padilla. But we would need to know more. And even if the property falls under concurrent jurisdiction, federal officers are generally immune from state arrest or prosecution when acting within the scope of their lawful federal authority. This principle was established in the case called In Re Nagel, where the Supreme Court held that a U.S. Marshal could not be prosecuted under California law for actions taken to protect a Supreme Court justice because their conduct was authorized and necessary under federal law. But it also stands for the proposition that if they act outside of their scope and jurisdiction or their deployment was illegal, that they could be arrested by state authorities. And given that there are a ton of federal agents and members of the military deployed to California whose authority and scope is extremely dubious, I think we're going to be hearing a lot more about In Re Nagel in the near future. So federal immunity is non-absolute. If a federal officer commits a crime outside of the scope of their official duties, then state and local law enforcement can have jurisdiction. Now finally, the FBI made the risible claim that Padilla's staffers could not record the events as of FBI rights.
There's no recording allowed out here. I did not know. There's no recording allowed out here.
But I guess someone needs to explain to these FBI agents that the U.S. still has the most robust free speech protections in the world. In fact, we've made a whole video about your right to record the police. And here's a refresher. It is not illegal to record the police in public. The First Amendment protects your right to record matters of public interest, and that includes law enforcement activity. But of course, there are reasonable exceptions. You can't obstruct or interfere with police work or film in places where there would be an expectation of privacy. However, contrary to what people are saying on the internet, yes, there are regulations restricting where members of the public can make recordings. For example, 41 CFR 1002-74.420 is a general federal rule about recording in a GSA-controlled federal building. It says, quote, "What is the policy concerning photographs for news, advertising, or commercial purposes, except where security regulations, rules, orders, or directives apply, or a federal court order or rule prohibits it, persons entering in or on federal property may take photographs of A, space occupied by a tenant agency for non-commercial purposes, only with the permission of the occupying agency concerned, B, space occupied by a tenant agency for commercial purposes, only with written permission of an authorized official of the occupying agency concerned, and C, building entrances, lobbies, foyers, corridors, or auditoriums for news purposes." Now, Section C applies to public areas of GSA-controlled buildings, and no one was presumably in a public briefing room, which by its nature is a public area where people are filming. She was giving a news conference, and I don't think any of these recordings are illegal. But no matter what the regulation says, I think in a matter of great news importance, like this one, the First Amendment is going to protect the filming. But given that we have so much video evidence of this, it's particularly interesting to see how the media is covering this. Over 700 sources are reporting, with about 34% of the reporting coming from the left, 43% from the center, and only 23% coming from the right. And when you examine the different headlines, you see some very different frames emerge that shape how readers interpret and understand this potentially historic event. From the right, headlines typically emphasize Padilla's removal from the press conference as a consequence of him crashing or interrupting the DHS press conference. Headlines from the left-leaning sources tend to frame the story as a suppression of democracy, and sources reporting from the center gravitated towards frames that focus on the reactions from Democrats and Republicans rather than taking a clear editorial position, which is its own form of bias. But the headlines you read first have immense power to shape how you understand the news, and that's why I like to see the news from as many angles as I can, which I do with the help of today's sponsor, Ground News. Ground News is a website and app developed by a former NASA engineer on a mission to give readers an easy, data-driven, objective way to read the news. And right now they're offering Legal Eaglets 40% off their unlimited access Vantage subscription. You can scan the QR code or use the link in the description to get the discount for a limited time. Or simply download the Ground News mobile app and enter Legal Eagle, all one word, as the discount code. Because Ground News gathers related articles from around the world and across the political spectrum, so you can see the bias and compare coverage. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership of the source's reporting, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. One of my favorite parts is their bias comparison feature, which highlights specific differences in reporting across the political spectrum. This can be especially helpful when reading stories from sources you've never heard of, where there's no telling who owns it or what agenda they might have. I also love their blind spot feature, which shows you stories that are underreported by either side of the political spectrum. Because when big stories like the detention of Senator Padilla break, media outlets have to make decisions about what other news stories to cut, and those decisions often reflect partisan bias. Consider the story of a judge blocking Trump's executive order on requiring voters to present government-issued ID. That story was mostly ignored by right-leaning outlets, representing only 10% of sources reporting. But this type of analysis helps explain why we often talk past each other, and why some people seem hyper-focused on what seems like nonsense or fake news to others. The Ground News is my favorite way to get the news, and as a Legal Eaglet, you can save 40% off their Ground News Vantage subscription by scanning the code on screen or clicking on the link down below. The subscription gives you unlimited access to every feature, including the Bias Insight tool and blind spot feed. And by subscribing, you'll support an independent news platform working to make the media landscape more transparent. So click on the link below or scan the code today. They actually tackled a sitting
I can't believe they did this. I'm gonna get on 76. This was good to do an ECR. Fill out the dailies. Should go do so for 76 as well.